I guess shareable link is what I'm looking for. Hijo de su puta madre. There we go. And now I don't know where that is, but all I need to do is just double check to make sure that the YouTube VOD also. As long as there's restream chat. There is indeed a restream chat. Good. Okay. Then I don't need to give a shit. Okay. Oh, cool. Damn it. Interesting that it seems like Genlock seems to have fixed some of the issues, but I would think that Genlock has more input delay. I seem to play better with it. Oh, cool. It's probably better that way since I'm supposed to be practicing for 100%. Okay, let's do... Huh? Ah, neat. Yeah, on Framelock I was having a whole bunch of weird issues. And now a lot of those weird issues are gone. I play Twins in 4x3 on Xbox. Of course there is. It's different depending on what, it's different depending on if you're playing on 360 or OG Xbox. OG Xbox should default to 4x3, but, there is an option. Well, there's also the question, are you doing it on a soft modded Xbox or are you doing it on unmodified hardware? Because the answer depends. Okay, on default, there is a setting somewhere. I don't know where it is, but there is a setting that will allow you to change it if you're in the BIOS. I've never really changed it, but I've seen it. And you can change it. I'm just not sure how. On pace? I'm not on pace. I'm practicing right now. Broma. No, no, no. No es impatible. Because you like them more than... let me see here. So, yes, you can switch it back. I just don't remember how you do it on OG Xbox. You should be able to find it online. It'll show you how to switch. It just might be a little bit annoying to find. I'm sorry, I've never done it on unmodified hardware. Well, saying that as if my OG Xbox is actually modified, it's just soft modded, but still. I knew there was something wrong with how I was playing. I just didn't think that that's what was it. So I did end up changing. I changed a setting in the tank. I'm now using gen lock and not frame lock, and for some reason I seem to be getting less input delay. And it seems to be working fine too. Yeah, I apologize. I can't help you with anything else. Just curious, you haven't even... You're not gonna do it right now? Yeah, but yes, there is a setting for it. Just a trivial question. And the nice thing about Genlock is this. You actually get to see the stuff as it happens. Do some Hub 3 practice. But yes, you can do it. It's possible. Hang on, I want to turn off my light. It's annoying me. I had some issues with oof. I decided to open up my PC and reseat the capture card and stuff. You should come back to this game, especially having another Xbox runner. No. Almost died there. I wonder, should I just do this instead? Buenas Fernando. Tanto tiempo. Exacto. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo has estado? By the HDMI adapter. Gracias, pero es que hace casi 4 meses. Pues es que no estaba aquí en los Estados Unidos, estaba en Japón para estudiar para estudiar japonés. Era un programa de... no sé cómo se llama, pero en inglés se llama Study Abroad. Yeah. OG Xbox controllers just seem to have issues for some reason. That's why I have an adapter and I'm using my Xbox Series controller. Pero gracias.
I'm stuck.
Made out of paper. Yeah.
Stuck in a pipe.
Like every time I've had an OG Xbox controller, for whatever reason, the stick would always fuck up. I'm not sure why, but the stick would always fuck up. Oh shit, I was too fast. Sí, pero es que estaba estudiando japonés en la uni. Por lo menos sí, por lo menos sí. ¿Qué tal? Es complicado. Extremadamente complicado. Por el choque de cultura y algo así. No sé cómo se llama en español, pero si traduzco literalmente de inglés, las barreras lenguajes, barreras lingüísticas, sí. Barreras de lenguaje. Pero no sé si tiene sentido. Yeah, learning how to solder to fix a controller. To be fair, soldering is not that difficult to learn if you know how to do metal fabrication. And I learned how to weld, so soldering wouldn't be that difficult for me to learn on paper. But obviously that's on paper. In reality, it may be more difficult for me to do than what I'm saying. But to be fair, es muy difícil el japonés, exacto. Pero es que hace 5 años he estado estudiándolo. Por lo menos ahora mismo puedo hacer la conversación con la gente, ¿eh? Por lo menos. Very useful speedrunning skill to be able to do the fixes right. ¿Qué tan difícil es comparar con aprender español? Obviamente es más Spanish Pro, exactly. Más difícil el japonés. Obviamente el japonés es más difícil, especialmente con la gramática. Es que la gramática de español está más cerca de inglés, porque es un lenguaje indoeuropeo como inglés, pero el japonés es de la familia, como está bien, ¿y tú? El japonés es de la familia Ryukyuan, creo. El español no tiene kanji, exacto. Yeah, people spend so much fucking money on controllers and controller fixes and shit. And the thing is that, like, for that reason, I just use Brook Gaming adapters, because at the very least, Series controller is robust enough to where you could just assume that it is not going to, like, have issues. What if the battery is so cooked that a full charge lasts for an hour? What, for a controller? Oh, I actually have mine, I don't do it wirelessly. You have a Brook? Brook Gaming is good. I like Brook Gaming stuff. I have a lot of their peripherals in regards to controller adapters. See, I switch from frame lock to gen lock, and look, I'm doing everything just like I was before. So the issue was, again, RetroTink settings. I've heard from Rico that sometimes the Brook Gaming adapters have some input latency to them, but I have not experienced them myself. And I'm usually incredibly sensitive to that, so I don't know. But yeah, I always use wired for my stuff, especially with Brook Gaming. I would recommend against wireless, because wireless can be a little finicky. Oh, right. Backwards. So, yeah. Basically, yes, I could go wireless for my OG Xbox, but the thing is that it has more latency, and there's no reason for me to just use wireless when I can just plug in a USB-C to USB and just use it. Less latency, and also less issues. At least with Brook Gaming. Oh no, usually when the audio pops, it's gonna start having problems. I see. So frame lock essentially was desyncing everything. That's probably why I was having so many like really weird issues. Because also, yeah, hey Mate. And hey everybody else. I have a RetroTink 4K and I'm still trying to figure out all of the little tricks and stuff to like getting the thing to where the setup is comparable to the 5X. I mean, the thing is that the 5X didn't look as good, but there's a lot more settings and a lot more things I gotta fuck with in order to make my setup. I don't necessarily need to make it look good, I need it to play good. Neat. Grab the purple gem, you fuck. Yeah, I need it to play well on top of just looking good. And so the last couple of days I thought, oh, well, it was just growing pains, I'm rusty, blah, blah, blah. No, wasn't rust. It was caused by a change in my setup. Or not a change in the setup, what I assumed would be the same thing with different hardware, and then I just basically need to fiddle around with settings until everything worked, and now everything's working, and I'm playing. Things are basically playing as they should have. I did notice that there was delay. It's just that the status was telling me that there wasn't. And well, sort of. It was just saying that I had 2.7 milliseconds of delay, which is nothing compared to 2 or like the 1.6. Of course, I'm not using triple buffer because triple buffer is garbage. Good for casual gaming, not so good for speedrunning. See, now I don't have issues with that anymore, which is good. So yeah, I think it was lying to me, and I think it was, instead of having, 2.7 milliseconds of delay, I think it was probably somewhere in the realm of, like, between 5 and 7. But, Genlock on my 5X wasn't very good. It would cause audio crackling issues and stuff, so I just assumed that Genlock wasn't as good. Good now, though. See, now I can do that. And before I had less delay on frame lock, but I just play better on Genlock for whatever reason. I wouldn't care at that point. If I'm playing the way that I'm supposed to play, then I really don't care. Not having any of those weird issues. Very good. Oh! Wait, what? Oh. Oh, that's right. I don't have Cortex. Because I went through the farm. Huh. Okay, well, I'll just pretend like I did high seas then. Because I trust that I would be able to do high seas well. This is gonna mess up the cycle though, I think. Let's see. No, it's not gonna mess up the cycle. What am I talking about? Shit. Ah! I'll practice that a little bit. Could just do that, yeah. Yeah, I do recommend, Oh, neat. Need to figure out how to not have that happen. I don't know. Maybe I'll just, I guess I'll just do runs. Whatever. Fuck it. See what happens. I'll most likely get better as it progresses, so plus I did do a lot of playing yesterday. It's just getting reused to the delay. Yeah, it feels a lot better. It feels a lot better now. Oh, it turned me around the wrong way. Contrary to popular belief, trash doesn't actually go, doesn't always go in the same direction that you're holding. Yo, JOZ. Come on. Land, please. Huh? What the fuck was that? I walked up? Hatake, I figured because you were the first, you posted your. I figured that was you. I'm like, probably him. Run. Oh, ¿en serio? Gracias. Me alegro que... Espérame. Me alegro que me lo digas. De hecho, olvidé el subjuntivo de decir. El puto subjuntivo. Damn it. Well, that was almost disastrous. I'm gonna lose time here. I should gain most of it back, but I'm gonna lose time here since I didn't get bro strats. Please. Man, why are you such a cock? Dude, stop wasting time because of bullshit.
Well, a power crystal.
A power crystal. Ding. So how come you're on YouTube and not Twitch? Yep. Yes! The crystal is mine! Keep back, you weak-minded fool! Avert your gaze or you'll go crystal crazy! Oh, just because you're in bed? Ah, I see. You got the YouTube Shorts brain on. I see how it is. You're literally about to switch to Twitch. That's what a lot of us do. Is we're just like, okay, well, maybe not a lot of us, but that's pretty much what I do when I wake up and I have to like use the bathroom and stuff. Is like, I just check YouTube on my phone. Though I usually have audio off when I'm, because I don't have headphones and I don't like people hearing my own audio. I feel like that's really disruptive. So I usually like just, if I'm ever on YouTube on my phone, it's usually audio off. An unintended side effect, I guess, of like streaming on both now is if you've in this situation you wake up and it's like, oh, he's streaming, cool. I don't feel like getting on my PC right now. Let's go on YouTube. Unintentional side effect. But a much appreciated one. I didn't think I was actually gonna clip through. Damn. It do be like that sometimes. There we go. I'm ahead. Eye emoji. One singular eye emoji. A lot of stuff recently discovered? No. There were a couple of things like the cavern thing, but actually that TAS had a lot of like oh motherfucker. That TAS actually missed stuff. Some movement tech, certain strats. Oops. Lost about 10 seconds-ish doing that, so I'll be behind for a bit. Yeah, like, including something that was super common knowledge, which was, you can skip the first crystals in Cavern. It's just that Sustain didn't really, he didn't consult anybody when he was making it. So he didn't ask, like, what stuff he should be aware of. His entire, like, Jungle Bungle is also pretty not so great. It's not like it was slower than mine, but there were a lot of things and a lot of movement things he didn't do. To be fair, it's also really hard to kind of explain everything about movement tech, because without really going in depth with movement tech, you have no idea what's faster and what's not. For example, he used a lot more long jumps than he was supposed to. Because using long jumps is actually slower almost all the time versus slide jumping. That's just one of the things that... I mean, to be fair, this isn't fully common knowledge. It's something I've talked about, but it's not like in tutorials and all that other stuff. It's not in any of that. It's not really talked about. And this is based off of older information, and it's one of the reasons why everybody looked at Yere's movement and was like, oh man, Yere's so good. Or looked at Pool's movement and was like, Pool's movement's so good. The thing is that they all did most of their movement under the assumption that long jumps were the same as slide jumps, and they're not. Because long jumps, you decelerate while you're in the air, but you start out with slide speed. And a lot of the times, if you're not facing the direction that you're going, you actually go slower with long jumps. Whereas with slide jumps, it's a little different, and it also seems like if you do diagonals, you also go faster. But that's untested. I don't know any of that stuff. It hasn't been looked into. But, so this is why, like, when you see a lot of the stuff I do nowadays versus maybe, like, early last year, you would see early last year was a lot of, like, long jumps and a lot of jumping in general. But if you look at a lot of my movement nowadays, I try to slide jump everywhere, including where you would see other runners do long jumps. And the reason for that is just because you save about a second every time you do a slide jump versus a long jump. Depending, because like there are places where it is faster to do a long jump over a slide jump just because of mobility things. But in general, you're saving about a second every single long jump that you avoid. Usually. But it also depends, because like in certain scenarios it is still better to do other stuff. Deja el ordenador, veamos a comer. ¿Por qué? Veámonos a comer. ¿Por qué? Estoy escuchando el stream. Joder. ¿Es que a tu padre le gusta el stream? Me alegra. Ah, hijo de puta. So, yeah, in certain areas, like it depends. It very much depends. It very, very, very much depends on a lot of different factors. But the majority of the time, I might just end the stream, I might just, yeah, I'm resetting this. Hang on, I need to plug in my headset. Because it's beeping at me. So it's stuff like that, and it's a lot of logistical stuff that most people don't think about. Not even anybody. I think at the moment I have been the only person that has really thought about, like, oh well, maybe we should do this and this and this. Maybe I'm not necessarily the only person to think about it, but probably the only person to kind of like really, really put a lot of thought into it. I'm pretty sure Smartkin has thought about it a lot, but more so like, it's just slide jumps look cooler than long jumps, and sometimes it's just annoying to do a long jump. But I've basically been trying to eliminate as many long jumps as I can. You can see the results a lot more clearly when I do Totem Hokum, because when I'm doing the Dakamok, for example, you may notice I think there's 2 places I now do slide jumps instead of long jumps. I'm usually extremely, like, I'm thinking about a lot of this stuff, trying to figure out, like, what can I do to improve the movement, and what happens when I change certain movement, and basically having to figure out how to compensate for it. Damn it. Come on. And especially since coming back and not having as much, like, things set in stone, this is the perfect time to start experimenting while I build back consistency. Like, right there, I'm doing double jumps, but if you've noticed, I've actually been doing single jumps, running single jumps in that spot. I just forgot to do it because I wasn't paying attention. Because it gives you better spacing. And also knowing when to run. Hang on. Sliding off might be faster. The reason I slide off of it because that's how I learned how to do it. That doesn't necessarily mean that's the fastest way to do it. Most likely, I would assume the fastest way to actually do the ramp is long jumping. Which I know is counterintuitive to what I just got done talking about, but slide jumping gives me good spacing. And everybody else just kind of did the jump. I always thought the slide jump was faster, but it just kind of became a thing that I do. I'm not sure if it's actually faster. I mean, everybody's gonna do certain things their own way. It's possible that it saves time, and it's possible that it doesn't matter how you do it. It's so, like, that kind of thing is difficult to time as well because the ramp is dynamic and I am... Whoops. The ramp is dynamic. It'll be in different spots at different times. So you never know. And sometimes you get too much speed. Yo, James. Sometimes you get too much speed and it messes up your movement. And I know Smartkin used to be able to reach this cutscene either at 30 or sub 30, so there is also a possibility that the other ways are faster, or the other way is faster. So I don't know. How's Crash going? Better than yesterday. I kind of found out that I had a problem with my with my RetroTink 4K setup, but I fixed it today. So there's that. I'm now playing basically how I used to play. Oh, the camera's doing shit. Whew. There was another thing that I may have fixed. See, if you do a single jump there, it gives you better spacing for your slide jump, so it makes that slightly more consistent. Yeah, but I'm struggling getting out of hub 1. Okay, bitch. Cool. I'm gonna be behind. Yo, Abdul. Ben, the same way Dio called that monkey Kevin. I mean, we could call him Ben. Do you want to call him Ben? Did I make it in? You think bitch is perfect? I almost got a hole in one. Holy fuck. Oh, we bouncing. Stop bouncing. I think I finally have this figured out now. No. I've always been like messing with control. I'm messing with like what direction to hold for those crystals so I don't bounce up. And I have been having a horrible time figuring that out. So there's a faster brower strat here that you can do, which is what the TAS did. Which is not viable for humans. But you could skip other things. Damn it, didn't bounce. Don't believe death abusing will be faster here, so I'll just wait. Plus it gives me an extra life. Yeah, usually when speedrunners name an enemy, it's not a good thing. It's when a speedrunner names an enemy, it means that enemy is a piece of shit. Come on. Okay, cool. Yeah, like Anthony, which Dio named. Dio named him Anthony. Kevin. Dio named Kevin. And then there's, Gonzalo. Which, I mean, having to deal with Gonzalo is, like, you're doing Bodo OB. Why are you doing Bodo OB? Boto OB was always a shitty strat. There's also a really annoying dog in Classroom, which, eventually might get named. You know, fun fact, by the way. There's a really funny pet name for dogs in Japanese. Some people call their dogs puto. That's similar to saying, calling a dog Rover in English. Which, of course, if anybody knows any Spanish, puto, puto means, bitch. Damn it. Well, I guess it actually means whore. Let me pause. Puta madre. La puta madre means, the fucking mother. Yo, zero. Spaniard. A ver. Tenemos un gilipollas. Bienvenido, gilipollas. The runner, oh, Yere? It's QY, or QJERE. Rico always calls him Jerry. Es una broma, no te preocupes. Buenas. No, it's just that my Spanish friend always jokes that everybody that is from Spain is gilipollas. Which, for those of the uninformed, gilipollas is like somewhere between cunt and asshole, but it is socially acceptable, unlike cunt. And if you go to Spain, you will hear that word a lot. I do say it a lot when I'm speaking Spanish, but I mean, well, I learned Spanish, so of course I'm gonna say gilipollas. I also call myself tontísimo. So, I mean... Damn it. Yeah, see, when I do the double jump, sometimes my spacing is wrong, and then I get the... and then I usually fall. Insulting is an art, yes, exactly. I should make the cycle? Yeah. Probably make it. Yeah, I'm making the cycle. I lost about 2 seconds, but I'm making the cycle. Damn it. For some reason, I'm now having issues with blonde skip. So, yes, while there aren't many Spanish speakers, well, there are some in my chat. Of course, and I mean, it depends on what you prefer. You can type in Spanish if you want to. If you're more comfortable using English, that's fine. And if you know Japanese, all the more welcome. Unfortunately, that is currently where my linguistic knowledge stops. You only know English. That is perfectly fine and acceptable. As long as you type in those 3 languages, there are no issues. Because at least one person is able to understand and moderate those languages. Though I did find out something really funny about Italian the other day. So to say that you're very lucky, or something very lucky happened, you say "what ass," which has a direct translation into Spanish, which is "que culo." And if it's really lucky, you say "que gran culo," which means "what great ass." And that's what Italians say when they're lucky. Never used it. Will from now on? Yes. I'll probably start saying that in Spanish from now on too. The fucking Italians, dude. Italians. They always have something. Always a certified porco dio moment. Or porca madonna. Which, by the way, if you ever somehow get onto Italian TV, never say those terms or you will be banned. You will be banned from Italian TV for the rest of your life. There's like a list of banned Italian words or banned Italian phrases that you're just not allowed to say on Italian television. They're pretty heavily against cursing for some reason, even more so than people in the US. I mean, the fact that you could just literally get banned for uttering phrases. Like, what do you say, hi, where is the supermarket in Japanese? You wouldn't say hi, what you would say is excuse me. So in Japanese you say, すいません、スーパーはどこですか? Or if you want to be extra polite, you would say, スーパーはどちらへ? 知っていますか? What I like to do if I ask a question is I first let the listener know that I have a question. Like when I was in the airport, I had two go-to phrases that I would use, which would be すいません、質問がありますけど, or 質問があるんですが, which basically means, I have a question, or like, yeah, basically like I have a question. It just depends on the context. So, kedo actually means but a lot of the times it's like a conversation starter, where it's like, I would say if I said kedo, it would be more of a loaded question, and if I would just say nga, which is a contrastive usage of that particle, it's kind of like saying but as well, but it's like a very short thing. Like, say like in the context of when I said ありますけど, 質問がありますけど, you gave up on speedrun, damn. If I say 質問がありますけど, I'm basically asking a question that might have a long response. But if I say like 質問があるんですが is like a very short question, that's not a yes or no question. If it were a yes or no question, usually if it's yes or no and you're trying to figure out if it's a yes or no, you would say かどうか. Don't have a mask. Okay, cool. Yeah, the problem with Japanese is that a lot of the stuff is really complicated. Like, unnecessarily complicated. But at the same time, people speak super lazily. Like, you don't even need to make a full sentence to speak Japanese. Half the time, Japanese people don't even use full sentences. They just speak in phrases. Sometimes they don't even finish their sentences. That's actually one of the ways that Japanese people can kind of tell when a foreigner is still learning conversational skills, is how much the person says. So, like, if the person is saying, like, a whole bunch, like an entire fucking, like, paragraph of shit, probably a foreigner who's never done conversation before. But if you're speaking more in like closed phrases or stuff like that, usually the person's a little more adept. Like, I remember this one classmate of mine when I was doing the study abroad program, and he basically just memorized phrases. He memorized phrases, and he would just add all this unnecessary information into his sentences, like, why are you learning Japanese? And then he basically goes on a whole spiel of, like, my mom used to be Spanish, and my mom's a Spanish teacher, tried to teach me Spanish, and I didn't really want to do that, and then basically, like, I didn't really like Spanish, but then I had to take a foreign language in college, so I ended up taking Japanese, and all this stuff. And it would take him 5 minutes to get through that whole thing. But if people ask me, why did you study Japanese? If I really want to explain it, I would just say, well, the truth is, I like languages, and I was watching anime learning words. So I decided to learn. That's my long-winded response. Yeah, you just say less. Basically, do just enough to where the listener can interpret what you're trying to say, and that's it. It's also especially a cultural thing, because if you're going on a long-winded spiel, it actually means you don't want to talk to them. Because you're just making excuses. What happens a lot. Of being able to watch anime without subtitles? I mean, to be fair, that eventually became one of the reasons. Now I usually don't watch my anime with subtitles. But I mean, to be fair, I understand probably like somewhere between 30 and 70% depending on the content. And I can infer the rest through context. So it does make sense. Get out of here, bitch. But a lot of people would say like the reason why they came to Japan to study Japanese is because they like the culture and they do the stuff, and a lot of people, which they don't really want to say, but it's really in the back of their minds, is that they like the porn. Like, I mean, you can hide that all you want. And then I know at least 2 or 3 people that are obsessed with Japanese women, which, boy, when they get the taste of reality, you'll find out the Japanese women are not really that much different from American women. Or any kind of Western women. Japan has been very influenced by Western ideals, especially like, why did I do it that way? I'm an idiot. They've been very influenced by Western society, so people that are around our age aren't really that ideal that people are like looking at like a Japanese person and thinking, oh well, that's just like the perfect person. No, they're not like that. It's not like that. I can say that there was maybe one person that I could think of that really was more like that. And the funny thing is that person wasn't even Japanese. That person was Korean, who lived in Japan since she was 6. Oh my fuck. Yeah, you do antagony in the middle of the run for Hundo. The reason why is because... The reason why you do that is because, it unlocks everything, so you don't have to finish every level. Like, for example, you don't have to go through anything. Once you collect all the gems in Ice Climb, you can Death Abuse out, and then continue on to Hub 3. You don't need to fight Brio. You don't need to do that stuff. It's the same thing with High Seas. You actually enter High Seas with Zombie. You start Zombie in Totem Hokum, and then you go through Slip Slide, which is... It sucks because Slip Slide is a one and done. You fail it, you're losing so much time. Even though you have to sit through the credits, which takes like, I think it's either 4 or 4.5 minutes on NTSC, on the NTSC version, and I think it's like, it's either 4.5 or 5 minutes on the European version. And the reason why is because they added the localization teams. That's the reason, that's the biggest reason why, like, even though I'm playing in 50 Hertz, I am playing the NTSC version. Because, the NTSC version is region-free on Xbox. For some reason, the European version isn't, but the NTSC version is region-free, so you can play it on a European region Xbox. And 50 Hertz is how you don't get slide glitch in your movement. Basically, it also is the fastest way to do any percent. Because there's no super fast way to perform the splash teleport on 60 Hertz. I mean, I'm sure it can be done, but it's not, why would you do it? This is actually a pretty good jungle bungle. Watch me fuck something up. Yeah, a lot of like routing and stuff has been very thoroughly thought over. And contrary to some popular belief, I did not come up with the cursed route. And Rico did not come up with the cursed route. Though we did add to it. We didn't. Sloths was the original. Sloths came up with it. Yeah. I don't think I made it in. It's possible I did, but I don't think I did. I made it in. Oh. Yeah, Sloths came up with the original method, and then I believe Rico was the one who came up with the ice climb change. And then, I came up with a viable version of engine skip, which pretty much made this entire route viable. And then we basically just, a lot of us came up with different routes and stuff. And then I also came up with the splash teleport thing, which you just slide off of the invisible part. Don't remember how I did that. I was just fucking around and I found it. I did come up with a fair amount of, changes in the route, but the majority of stuff was just built upon, like, especially back in 2015-ish, I think, or maybe it was 2014. Dust and I actually worked on several levels, and we rerouted Ice Climb, for example, and found several different things. Which I know a lot of people that know some history are like, oh, Dust again? Dust did a lot of good things. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. We aren't fucking with any of that. Not today, Sonic 06. Dust had a lot of contributions. Dust and I worked our asses off for a lot of this stuff, actually. Some reroutes. And there were some interesting reroutes, which, people don't entirely think about. So, for example, back when I started running, we actually did the first 2 gems in the opposite order. We actually grabbed the chicken gem immediately, and then went to grab the other gem on the island, and then did the death abuse. Nowadays, of course, we do that in the opposite order, which makes a lot more sense, and it is faster.
Yes, the crystal is mine.
I don't remember who came up with that change.
Keep back. you weak-minded fool. Avert your gaze or your
Ice
nose
Climb
will
went
raise
through
you.
several changes before zombie was a thing. Once zombie became a thing, it was, you couldn't really mess with the ice climb route that much. But the pre-ice climb route was pretty free. It's still actually pretty free. There's three different things, there's three different, routes you can choose for ice climb, or for pre-ice climb, Iceberg Lab. Which entirely depends on your preference. You can do it. Now the fastest way is what?
I'm leaving.
Okay.
I'm leaving Bexley out.
Okay. Is the trash covered?
Yes.
Okay. So you could do it the way I do it, which is not it's not the fastest way. It's slightly slower. It's slightly slower, but in a way less risky. As long as you could get the blue gem without dying. If you could get the blue gem without dying consistently, then it's the route for you, I think. But, the other route... There's a second route that you can do, and a third route too. Both routes involve getting those gems when in zombie. One of them is you could just get the blue and red gem with zombie. Come on. There we go. You could get the blue and red gem in zombie and not die. Which is actually why, if you saw a couple of my other attempts, you saw that my route was different. And that's why. Because I was initially doing that, but my muscle memory kept going back to getting the blue and red gems this way. So I stopped doing it. That's the second route, or the second way. The third way is actually the way I believe you would see in my older PB, and the way Joe was doing it in his standard route PB, where you grab the blue gem and you moonwalk, and then you grab the red gem using platform descent. Which, the thing about platform descent is that if you fail it once or twice, you start losing time. And the thing is that you can lose a lot of lives doing it. And also time if you just can't get it. And it's difficult to get when you're tilted. So I just don't do it. You would do platform descent before Hub 3, which... by that point, you would have a fair amount of lives, but if you start getting low on lives, it can be very detrimental. Nope. My camera was turned too far to the left, and I lost time, so I wanted to try to go fast. Didn't work. Platform descent is when you're standing on those hovering platforms and you keep spinning while they're falling so you don't die. Yes. If you get it first try, it saves 7 seconds. But that's assuming you get it first try. If you don't get it first try, then you start I believe it's equal to the strat I'm doing. If you fail it, I believe it's 3 seconds slower than, or it's like a little bit slower than grabbing the blue and red gems in Zombie. Very slightly. But the thing is that the movement for that is awkward. So if you don't know how to do the movement there, you're going to lose time. Whereas the way I'm doing it right now, which is a little risky, if you die to the blue gem, you're still fine, because it's not super hard. And it's not awkward. And you're basically just going off of older strats. You don't lose that much time, and it just makes more sense to do it that way. At least for me. Doesn't mean that what I'm doing is the correct way, and I will not say that what I'm doing is the correct way. But at the same time, it does make sense. Come on. This is very slow. I lost like 5 seconds there. So, but the thing is that route in particular is it's very free. So you are capable of doing that run fairly easily. Or you could choose. Hang on, I want to check something. Check something real quick. Okay. I wanted to check to see if I was at 50 hertz or 60 hertz. But if we could get platform descent every single time, or like with 90% consistency, I would totally go for it. Because, I mean, it's a 7-second time save. Even in an hour-long category, those small time saves do add up eventually. Eventually. But when the category's unoptimized, like, I think I still have, at the very least, probably somewhere in the realm of another minute or so to really save off of my sum of best. If we consider small movement additions, optimizations, and small changes. But if we also add, like, Crystal Crazy Skip, that's another 20 seconds. I mean, there are still places where I hesitate. There's still, like, smaller time saves that I don't go for. Nope, not going for it. Damn, that was actually fast as fuck, too. like body slamming this TNT, which was not in the TAS, because Sustain couldn't figure it out. You don't body slam it from the front, you body slam it from the side. It's a very tight too. There's a reason why I don't go for it. Like the other TNT body slams are not that the other TNT body slams are not that difficult. They're precise, but about as precise as a lot of the other shit in this game. The one in Jungle Bungle is incredibly precise. Very, very difficult to do without messing up. And that means that you just go back to the beginning and you're just tilted because you're like, I want to get out of Jungle Bungle and all this other stuff.
So, I mean, yes, it's at the beginning of the run, and I could go for it, but in a category that is already...
What? How did I fail that? That doesn't make sense.
In a category that's already reset heavy at the beginning, you don't want to be tilted, and I need to go
Bump Cheese. He's mostly deaf and he's also blind. So he's gonna keep barking until somebody bumps him. So I'm gonna bump him. Hang on. Yeah, you just gotta, like, tap him. He'll stop. A lot of his barking now is basically, like, since he can't see, there's nobody by him. So he hears that there's noise, so he barks. And then once you kind of let him know, hey, I'm here, stop, he'll stop. He's old. He's like almost 18 years old now. Oh, I was not expecting that. He's the only dog that we currently have that was around when I started speedrunning. That should be fine, right? Nope. And the second oldest dog that we have, we've had him, I think we got him the year after I started speedrunning. He's an OG fan, true. Cheese used to always bark when I was doing runs, and it would annoy the hell out of me. With some of my older VODs, you could definitely hear him barking. Mac sometimes too. Mac was barking, I think, during my previous any percent PB. Well, not the 1041. I think the one before that, which was I think it was a 1044 or 1042. You could hear him barking in the background, and I think in my 106 Hundo you can also hear Mac barking. Also, what is up, plant bun? Okay, remember, single jump. There we go. Good. Fuck. I'm actually surprised I failed that. Very surprised I failed that. Yeah, it's an insta-kill. Interestingly enough, you can actually you have spin invulnerability against it. So you can actually spin to avoid getting hit by it. So you can actually jump on top of it while spinning. But as soon as you're done spinning, it will insta-kill you. Just like you have spin invulnerability and slide invulnerability against the little spike shields in the Dakamak in Totem. As long as you're sliding or spinning, you will not take damage from the spiked stuff. Probably how they programmed it was to basically make sure that every time that you have a hitbox that has a hurt box, the game does not check for damage. Instead of saying specifically, okay, well, while sliding, you don't take damage. It's probably like every time Crash has a hurt box of his own, those specific things do not damage you. So you can spin into them and not take damage. I'm not sure why the spiked gates are programmed that way, though. It does not make sense. I'm not making it. I mean, Crash 2 also has a similar mechanic. Where certain things, if you're spinning, you do not take damage. Same with sliding. So like in Night Fight, for example, those UFO things you could very easily just slide spin through. And as long as you start your slide on the next frame, you will not take damage. That's probably where they got the idea from. It does make a lot of sense that they took inspiration from other Crash games to try to figure out how to solve problems that they otherwise would not have been able to do, since they weren't expert devs. The Twins devs were not experts in game development. I mean, it was Traveler's Tales Oxford. Come on, give me Brower Strat, damn it. No Brower Strats. Come on, push, push, push. Damn it, I got caught. There we go. Come on. Don't do it. Got it. There we go. No, 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 no. Oh, no. I'm not going for that. Hell no. Damn, I've been streaming for 2 hours already? Yeah, I'm exaggerating. 15 minutes away from it being almost 2 hours. Or from it being 2 hours. So there's this funny ramen restaurant in Akihabara that's by Animate. Which, if nobody knows what Animate is the place in Akihabara where you get a whole bunch of manga. They also have different events every week on the 7th floor. So my friend and I went to go get ramen. It was a ramen place that like nobody was really in. It wasn't super popular, and to be honest, the ramen wasn't that great, but at the same time, like, they had a whole bunch of, like, pictures on their walls. Slide jump doesn't work for you? Which one? The slide jump off of the sled? If it's a slide jump off of the sled, you're too close to the edge. You're getting a controllable slide jump and not a normal slide jump. That's why I move backwards. So I have enough room to do the slide and don't go off the edge. Because once you're off of the edge, you get a controllable slide jump and it kills all your speed. You don't have to do that slide jump, you could just do a normal jump. It does the same effect. I just have always done the slide jump. Even when I was running on Xbox 360, I would do the slide jump there. And that was back when I had like a a time that was slower than 2 hours. Here we go. I probably just need to make individual videos for each mechanic. Or each, like, thing that is tied to the mechanics, because controllable slide jumps and, what we may be calling schlong jumps, we never really, decided on a name, is basically, it works very similarly to how long jumps work. Every time you slide jump, the game stores a value. The game stores a value that changes the way that slide jumps work. So, like, if you are right by a ledge and you slide jump without the long jump stored, you get a controllable slide jump. And you get that storage just by slide jumping. And you lose that storage by jumping. But also, if you jump off of a ledge, or jump when you are off of a ledge, you get a long jump when you have long jump stored. It sounds complicated, but it's not that complicated. It's just every time you slide jump, just remember that when you jump off of ledges and when you slide jump off of ledges, it will be different than when you jump beforehand. That should have made it in. And you would think because of how much slower controllable slide jumps are, you would never use them in runs, but actually they are very useful. As long as you pay attention to the last time you jumped, like just did a standard jump, it's fairly easy to know. It's fairly easy to know when you get a long jump or schlong jump versus just a standard controllable slide jump and a standard jump. And you could tell when you get a long jump because Crash's body will not turn. His body will not turn when you are turning in midair. You also have the speed of a slide jump and it decelerates from them. Since the game kind of just assumes that you are doing a slide jump. I don't know if that helps you, but at least that is my makeshift explanation for everything. Watching my streams at work lately, they're fun. Big fan, you're making all the maps in Blender in 10K resolution. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. You're making renders of the maps. That kind of stuff would be very useful for making tutorials, actually. Like showing gem positions and stuff. Good shit. Eventually, maybe we would need it, maybe not. Because right now, with the Twinsanity editor and the way that it's going, it is going to be doing something very similar. Damn, did you see Cortex just like bounce up? But no, I think it's okay for right now, but I will keep that in mind. At least I got a perfect ant fight.
Yes, the crystal is
You combined all the chunks and filled out empty space. Crash Twinsanity ESA. Twins has been to ESA.
crystal crazy.
Twins has not been to SGDQ or GDQ. I mean, shit, if AGDQ is still in Pittsburgh next year, I might submit Twins. Because Pittsburgh is not that far from me, since I live in Northeast Ohio. It's like, I think it's like a 3-hour drive or something. It's like 200 some miles. Not even a full tank of gas. So would be pretty cheap to actually get there. Would be cheaper than a plane ticket too. I think. Maybe you could get a plane ticket for like 20 bucks. But then not being able to drive around would suck, but maybe it would be nice to get Xbox Twins into a large marathon and try to see if new people can come in. I've also been looking in eventually I'm gonna be looking into seeing if we can allow the Xbox emulator so people can run on Xbox emulator instead of having to buy an Xbox. But what's the current record? My PB 104.20 104.27. Come on. Collect the damn gem, thank you. Get out of here. This, the 104 is 7 months old. Maybe it's 8 months old. I don't remember if I got it in December or January. So if I were on Xbox emulator, I don't know. I don't know what the options are for OG Xbox. There's probably a game reset. My favorite part of the game, not for speedrunning, I don't know. It's been a while since I've really played the game casually that I kind of just look at... Oh, shit. I kind of just look at both almost the same. probably just like the glitches. This isn't bad pace. This is not bad pace at all. No, 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 damn it. Come on. Fuck. That's like 10 seconds of time loss. Bad menuing.
My daughter, niece. We must do something. Think, Cortex, think.
This is the furthest I've gotten today, technically. Well, not really. But I lost about 10 seconds, so I'm gonna be about +5. Unless I do super well. Like, that's really good. Kaka. Oh, sorry, I think garbage. I have no idea. Nobody's seen anything about Gonna Bit Coco. Outside of just a very small amount of gameplay. Kaka. Your discretion is advised. Oh shit. Hold up. Holy shit. Wait, is jumping the strat? Hold up, that was fast as fuck. Yeah, for the first gem, it's better to just slow down. Holy shit. That was the fastest I've ever done Bandicoot Pursuit. Yeah, the first one you need to actually slow down and it becomes quite easy. The second one you just need to aim correctly. The second cave gem. Perfect. There we go. No, motherfucker. That's like 15 seconds. Unfortunately, early game is where I have most of my time saved, so
There they are. Let her go. Take
I don't think I've ever gotten all of them the normal way. Maybe I have, I don't know. I always miss that fucking branch. Oh. Alright. Let's see. Lost a good like 20 seconds there. I gotta do this very well. Good cycle. That was a really good movement, actually. Holy shit. Here we go. Okay. Am I in the Twinsanity Discord? Which one? The speedrunning one? Well, there isn't a speedrunning Twinsanity Discord. There's a hacking Discord. What? How? What? Please. There we go, second try, good. I should be, yeah. Dude, what the fuck? I'm still gonna save time.
Victor and Moritz's stronghold of evil.
And now
Where we wrong the
the unfortunate part is that I don't have much time to save after this. What? Dad, what the fuck? Okay. You never know. What am I doing? Fuck. Awesome. That's really bad, actually. And that's a reset. Is the strat no longer able to be done? The reason it works is because assisting. The reason it works is because the ant goes to grab the ball. But generally it goes for the ball in the last place that it was when it started going towards it, which would be the bomb dispenser. And if you move it, then the ant picks up the bomb, in quotation marks, but the bomb's not there. Game doesn't know what to do, so it freezes the bomb in place. So if you're too slow, you can't pick up the bomb. I was gonna go... Oh, that's cool. I might have to check that out. Yeah, so I was basically going off of a weird mesh of any percent. Because in Hundo I go off to the left side, so it's easier for me to position the bomb. Whereas in any percent I go off of the right, which is a remnant of the old Bomb 3.0, where I would just make the bomb freeze on the left side instead of the right side to grab the gem. But in the current rendition of the strat for Hundo, you don't actually need to... You don't need to, it doesn't matter which side... Well, for any percent, it doesn't matter which side you do. That was rough. So yeah, the issue was I wasn't paying attention pretty much, and I went past it. And that was like a lot of time loss, probably somewhere in the realm of 15-ish seconds. And dying just kind of made it worse. Honestly, it would have been better to death abuse. Yeah, it was 15 just because I'd have to recover. It's not that much time loss if you're... It's not that much time loss if you're going for the other strat. There we go. Coming at 11? Are you supposed to? Or is it a request? Just say you slept in and didn't see it. If you got a better job lined up, or if you have a means to survive, then there's no reason for you to keep working. Like, I'm doing fine off of student loans right now. You're gone without a word. Yeah. Don't even put in your 2 weeks. Unless it's a job that you have seniority. No 2 weeks. Don't even fucking bother. They don't deserve it. If you can do it, that's great. There's a reason why I'm not pursuing pursuing streaming as like my job. There's several reasons. I did talk about it yesterday, actually. It's very volatile. Though to be fair, it's easier, I believe, to do. I mean, you might as well if you have the money. I believe it's YouTube is more sustainable than Twitch. Just because of the fact that, from what I've seen from people on YouTube, they tend to be more loyal, I guess you could say. Loyal's not really the right word, but that's the word that comes to my mind right now. Like, say for example, a lot of people who view Twitch are kind of like, they're looking for very specific stuff, and if you don't have that very specific thing, they'll watch you and then they'll just go somewhere else. If they prefer your, like, say for me with Twinsanity, Twitch people want to watch me play Twinsanity. If I play something else, they're not gonna watch. That's not like, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm like that too. But a lot of YouTube people will generally stay. They'll be a little more loyal and watch you more. I think it's probably just the process in which people discover you, or something like that. I'm not sure what it is. But I have found myself as well when I'm on YouTube, I will watch somebody a lot more. Roblox? Oh, hell no. I know I'm an adult, but listen, there are too many damn pedophiles on Roblox. I ain't even gonna lie. There's too many damn kids. I'm almost 30 years old. 12-year-olds annoy the fuck out of me. Shit, I remember a long while ago, before I was a speedrunner, and I used to play Halo 3 every single day. And I was with my friends. You know, I was a teenager at the time. I was like 14. And I had friends, you know, a couple who were like 12 and 11. A very specific friend group, by the way. They were a little annoying, but, you know, when you're in high school, when you're like 14 years old, 13 years old, you tend to, what the fuck? That's weird. You tend to be more tolerant towards that because you're kind of like that yourself. But I remember after I graduated from high school, like way after the fact, probably like almost 10 years, not exactly 10 years, but close to 10 years, I decided to hit them up again. I had a few weeks of trial of Xbox Live. I wanted to play some Halo, do some stuff with them, and I'm like, yeah, let's do it. And then I jump into a voice call with them, do voice chat, party chat. They're just as fucking annoying as they were back then. They didn't change, and they were all in college. And I was like, holy fuck. I ended up just basically ghosting them because it was like, dude, they were so annoying. They still had the same, like, anger issues. They had the same stupid jokes. And they acted like little kids still. And I was like, I can't fucking deal with this. And it's like, dude, you were 12 when you acted like this.
from when they were 12. Yes, and they were in college. They were the same. Same maturity level. Same bullshit. I ain't even... This is like 100%. I was like, holy shit. I was 14 when I met them. But I mean, you would think, you know, you're 12, you're a preteen, you know, you're dumb. Every 12-year-old is dumb. And it's like, if you didn't develop past being 12, if you peaked at 12, something's wrong with you. I'm sorry, but holy fuck. Nah, they weren't just letting loose. It was everywhere. Because you could tell. You could usually tell. I don't want to be fair at that point. I was just like, nah. They were the same annoying little kids. There was a reason why we stopped talking to them. Oh shit, what? Oh. Whoops. That was my any percent split timing. But yeah, there was a reason why we stopped talking to them, when, after about a year or so, because they were extremely annoying to begin with. It's just that we kind of tolerated them since it's the same friend group, but yeah, as the years went on. Thanks for the good luck save. As the years went on, it was just annoying to deal with them. Well, years went on. It was like 2 years. So let's see here. Yeah, it was 2 years. So I was on Xbox Live when I was 13, so that'd be 2008, 2009. I started speedrunning in 2010, so it was probably the better half of a year or so that we were friends with them, and then we just kind of cut contact, and they moved on to Call of Duty and Battlefield and shit. Like most of my friends. I stayed on Halo. But basically all of my friends moved on to Call of Duty, and I stayed in Halo, and Halo Reach came out, didn't like Halo Reach, and that same year I became a speedrunner. Yeah, Halo is better than COD. Well, used to be. I don't know about now. Nah, I didn't like Reach. I tried really hard to like Reach. I didn't like Reach. Like, I gave it a really, really, really fair shot. And I gave it a really fair shot. I played a lot of Reach. And I just didn't... I eventually came to the conclusion that, like, I just don't like it. It's not that it's a bad game. Absolutely not. I think it's a good game for what it's worth. It's just not my game. But I mean, to be fair, I was really hyped, and I gave myself unrealistic expectations.
For example, I thought we were going to be able to do Firefight and then Forge in Firefight. And make our own maps for Firefight, which would be that would be fucking awesome. And then the beta, which I did play the beta too. The beta had generator defense, which was really fun for me. And they took that out because they were only using that to test Firefight. Really sad because generator defense was awesome. And yes, lore. I didn't leave to become a speedrunner because Halo was uninteresting. Though, I did want to go into MLG before I became a speedrunner, but that was for different... That was different. When all of my friends moved on to Call of Duty and, I was doing marching competitions. Damn it! Are you fucking for real? I was doing marching competitions and stuff. Okay, I need to practice this because I don't get why I'm having so many issues with it. Basically, I really liked Sonic. I still do. But I saw that I wanted Microsoft points so I could get Sonic Adventure DX. And the thing is like, Sonic Adventure DX, what I could get on the Microsoft store. So, I asked my parents when we were coming home from a competition, I'm like, hey, can I get Microsoft points so I can play, so I can get this game? And they were like, sure. So I got Microsoft points and I started playing it, and I found out I was actually good at the game. To be fair, I also discovered a spin dashing method for the game that gave me a significant advantage over everybody else, because for some reason nobody was doing it. Using 2 buttons instead of 1, so within the first couple of weeks, I was already getting my first records. And so I was like, you know what? Fine. I'll just become a speedrunner. And I made an account on Sonic Center a couple of months later. But yeah, it was literally, and I shit you not, because I was good. I don't like that story because it's very conceited, but back then I was a 15-year-old. I was conceited. I was looking for something to at least make me feel good about myself, since I really didn't feel good about myself and felt insecure. As all 15-year-olds are, feeling insecure about something. And I was just good at the game for no reason, so I decided to just do it. The second game I started because I actually really liked it, and I was already into glitches. I was into glitches years, like probably 10 years before that. So I was really young when I was on the internet looking up glitches and stuff, so it kind of just made sense. Second game I got into was Sonic Heroes, and I started it because I really liked the game, and I thought that the glitches are cool, and I thought maybe the game needed a little bit of love. So I gave it some love. Of course, all this stuff, like, I started doing Heroes, I think, tail end of 2012, early 2013, when I was just about to graduate from high school. So, yeah, but Sonic Adventure, I was still 15 years old. And I didn't really become a streamer even though I had a Twitch account when I was 17. I made my Twitch account when I was... Or I started streaming when I was 18. Because that's when I found out about single segment runs. And it's like, wait a minute. So you could do more than just single levels and beat the game just in one sitting? And the other person was like, yeah, you didn't know you could do that? I was like, no. And so I started doing it. I was actually really active as a streamer back in 2014. Like, far more active than I've been. I streamed, I think, 2014. Since I didn't have a job, I wasn't doing anything, I'd stream every single day. Basically. Doing runs, doing whatever, because I enjoyed it. I still enjoy it. But back then, I was able to comfortably stream every single day. Now I have responsibilities and stuff since school and actually accepting the fact that I'm an adult that has responsibilities. Having ambitions and shit. Oh, come on. Oh, you bitch. If I miss it one more time. Okay. So, yeah, I will be a speedrunner. It will be my 14th anniversary in late October. So, basically 2 months from now. Very close to 2 months from now. I don't know the exact date that I started becoming a speedrunner because I didn't start submitting stuff until 4 months afterwards. But, yeah, it'll be my 14th anniversary soon. Yeah, see, that's the thing. And basically why I kind of go off of I don't like those games is like I kind of find if you really only like specific aspects of a game, and this is my personal opinion, if you only like very specific aspects of the game, that's unfortunate. Like, very specific aspects. Like, let's say, for example, Sonic Adventure 2. I only enjoy specific Sonic and Shadow levels. I don't like the mech levels. I barely like the Knuckles and Bruise stages. I don't really like the bosses, except for one. I don't really like... Like, there's a small portion, maybe 10% of the game that I like. Can I say that I like the game at that point? No matter how much nostalgia I have, I prefer Sonic Adventure DX. And there's such a small portion of the actual game that I like that, do I really like the game? And I just came to the conclusion, not really. If it's that small, I can't say I like the game. It's just like, oh, I only play COD for the zombies. I mean, you could say you like zombies, but can you say you like COD? How is it not analogous? I mean, you could say other things like, I like the mechanics, I like the balancing, I like the weapons, I like the way the weapons feel, and I like zombies. Then you probably like COD. But if you're just like, I only like the zombies, can you really say you like COD? Or it's like, I only play the games for the multiplayer. Why? Because I like playing against people. And you probably just like multiplayer. But if it's like, you have other things, like say... I'll give you a better example of stuff for me, like with Halo. I like the gunplay. I'm not a big fan of FPS games, but I like the gunplay. It's very long. It has a lot of tactics to it, and you have to understand the mechanics in order to be decent at the game. You have to know how to move around the map. You have to know the map. You have to know the guns. I like the gunplay. I like the way the guns feel. I like the way it feels when I improve. I liked the multiplayer. I, for some reason, liked the community when I played Halo 3, and I love the campaign. I like the mechanics. So, like, there's an overwhelming majority that... There's an overwhelming majority of the things I like about Halo 3. Halo Reach, I just don't like the gunplay. I don't like the bloom. The game modes, the custom game modes just aren't the same. They're less limited. I like the Forge. Forge's really good. Gunplay, I'm not so keen about. The multiplayer modes, they're okay. I don't really like the maps that much. Ser. ¿Cuándo estás desuxidando? So it's basically like, when I get down to it, it's just like, it just seems, it's pretty obvious. I don't like Reach. But COD Zombies is a part of COD. It's the same thing. It's an aspect of it. Maybe you like it between each installment, but it's the why. And is it really attached to the game, or do you just like it? Is the thing. It's not different. It's same stuff. Like if you said, for example, I like Crash Twinsanity for the glitches. Maybe. Or if it's like, I only like a game for its multiplayer because I just like playing against people. Or it's more of the why rather than the what. And that's not saying you can't have specific aspects you don't like about a game. It's just that I feel like it has to be like a majority of like the game itself that you enjoy to play it. Really different, but what is COD Zombies but an aspect of the game itself? And it's like I said, if you enjoy the gunplay in Zombies, or you enjoy aspects that the game has to offer, and it's not just Zombies. Good example, if you're playing Gears of War only for Horde, then you probably don't like Gears, you just like Horde. Or if you play Halo and you only play Firefight, you just like Firefight. Or if you play Halo, you only like Forge, probably just like Forge. And see, there you have it. You probably just like Zombies. And that was the argument that I was making. It doesn't have to be attached to the rest of the game. And I mean, I'm not gonna lie, if you could only like Halo 3 for the custom games. That probably means you like the sandbox of Halo, but you don't necessarily like playing it. Because with custom games with Halo 3, you could do just about anything. It's not just gunplay. It's a lot of different stuff. Nah. It's the same thing with Reach, is you could really like the custom games, but not like the gunplay or anything. Then you like the custom games. You like an aspect of the game, but it doesn't mean you like the game. But that's just saying... But that's just the argument as to why I kind of said, like, I realized, and the reason why when I say I don't like something, it is generally because of that reasoning. It has nothing to do with, like, say, this game sucks. Usually I don't think that way. But if the game does suck, then I'm not gonna like it anyways, but... it could be a shit game and be fun. It's one of the reasons why I say I don't like Sonic Generations. Is because a lot of aspects of Sonic Generations I really don't like. I don't like the music very much. I don't like the music. It's too poppy. I don't like the fact that it's boost to win because it's very monotonous. Boost to win is incredibly monotonous. It takes away from control and takes away from the game. I don't like classic Sonic. A lot of people in Generation who play Generations don't like classic Sonic. Yes, it might be different if I play the game, but I already know I'm not gonna like it. I'll still play through it once, but I know I'm not gonna like it. I don't like the level design either. But then on the opposite side, you can say that you like a game and dislike specific aspects of it. It's not like an overwhelming thing. It's not very black and white. It's very grayscale. Like I would say, I like Sonic 06. I like Sonic 06. I like how it's super glitchy. I like how... I like a lot of things about it. It's a bad game, but I find it fun. And there's a lot of aspects I don't like about the game, but I would say the majority of the time when I'm playing the game, I'm enjoying myself. And I think it's a fun game to play. Sure, you gotta be... There's a learning curve with trying to figure out how to avoid glitches and avoid XYZ. But that comes with the territory. That's not gonna make it. Nope. That also kind of going into that kind of stuff is also why I prefer Crash 2 over Crash 3, because there are more aspects I dislike about Crash 3 than Crash 2. But a lot of people are the opposite and say Crash 3 is the superior one. And I was actually watching an interesting video this morning. Is it still morning? Yeah, it's still morning. I was watching an interesting video this morning. I don't remember who the YouTuber was. I don't remember his username, but he was actually making an argument for Crash Bandicoot: The Wrath of Cortex, which the game is okay, and it's not a bad game. It's an okay game. And a lot of what he was saying, here's a very interesting thing that I never thought about with Twok in specific. And this is a point towards Twalk over Crash 2 and 3. And actually, it was a point that Crash 1 had, is that every single level is unique. Crash 2 and 3 reuse a lot of assets. And Twalk and Crash 1 also have more narrative style levels. Crash 1 goes from nothing but jungle and expands into a whole bunch of other stuff as the game progresses. Twalk also has that, which is very, very interesting. Twalk has good points. It has good stuff going for it. His argument, and I also agree with the argument, is that where the trilogy was a 9 out of 10, Twalk did it as a 7 out of 10. It did basically what those games were trying to accomplish, just more sloppily. It wasn't as polished. And that's true. It's not a bad game. Most people... I think most people nowadays only hate it because of the initial reason why it was a hated game in the franchise. It was a commercial failure. The reason why it was a commercial failure was because people were expecting something bigger, people were expecting something better, and the game didn't come out as advertised. As being a brand new adventure and all this other stuff. I wouldn't say it aged badly. I would say that its timing when it came out was bad. Which is what I was getting into. Is basically people were looking for something bigger, something better, and something very well. Wrath of Cortex didn't do as well as we'd hoped. Exactly. Es un buen punto. Exacto. Especialmente los vehículos de Twalk. Yeah, basically what he's saying is that, like, it's a good point that a lot of those unique levels, and that there's a lot of unique levels, but the vehicles suck. And that's another thing, is that what Twalk didn't get right was a death of 1,000 cuts. And that doesn't make it a bad game, it's just that when it came out, it wasn't the thing people were looking for, so it flopped. It was a commercial failure. Doesn't mean it was a bad game. It doesn't even mean that it was a mediocre game. It's a pretty good game, but if you played it in the modern day, you'd be like, oh, this game's kinda neat. Oh, fuck the water levels, though. Fuck Smokey and the Bandicoot. And fuck that stinking feeling, is what you would... or that sinking feeling. Oh yeah, the load times. I forgot, since I've mostly played on Xbox. I had the original blue disc, though, but I was a kid back then. Loading times were non-issue. But, see, that's the thing, is that basically it was a commercial failure because it wasn't as advertised. It was going to be big new adventure, everything's new, everything's improved, everything looks better. It ended up having really bad loading times, which were fixed later on, but it had really bad loading times. Kids didn't care that much. It had Crash 3. It was basically Crash 3, not as advertised, and it was about the same length as Crash 3. And it was jankier and didn't have as much direction. That was because when they realized they couldn't pull it off the way that they were supposed to, they panicked and did Crash 3, took after Crash 3 because they needed something. That's pretty much what happened. And they made a pretty good game. And this is also very similar to what happened to Twinsanity. The game was advertised to be this impressive, this awesome game with all these new features, all this new combat, a new combat system. Then it was advertised as more Twinsanity, where you could basically do a bunch of cool stuff with Crash and Cortex. Yo, Cordy, thanks for the good luck. But the thing is that that's not what was advertised, and that's not what people wanted at the time. People wanted to see Crash in his former glory. People wanted to see Crash do way better. And yes, Twinsanity is good in its own right. Of course it is. That's why a lot of people really like this game. Myself included. But at the same time, when it came out, the majority of people that were playing the game were like, this is not what I was trying to buy. This isn't what was advertised to me. So commercial failure. Spyro Enter the Dragonfly was a very similar thing, where it wasn't advertised as something different necessarily, but it was advertised as a full game, and they had fucking nothing. To be fair, the devs kind of put themselves in a hole. It was their fault. It was their fault. Like, you can't pretend that it wasn't their fault. They made their own engine, and they didn't understand how it functioned. So they had a whole bunch of issues that they had to iron out, so they had to work more with the engine than the actual game in order to get things to run. Spyro A Hero's Tale was a good game, but it had a lot of flaws in it, and it was a breakaway from the Spyro formula. Whereas Twinsanity was still kind of doing a good, or like something that was what people would imagine would be an expanded part of the formula. Spyro A Hero's Tale did the opposite, where it was supposed to be, it was going more overworld than what was originally thought of as Spyro, which is why a lot of Spyro fans despise it, I believe. But when you really get down to it, there really isn't anything wrong with Hero's Tale unless you're doing 100%. The game is actually very fun, except for Blink levels. Blink levels can fucking die, but it's still a very good game. A fairly good game. It's just not looked after because people don't talk about it. Because by the time anybody would realize it's a good game, it's already gone. Yo, Fabio. It's going. Come on. Stonks. Also, the cheesy writing. The game has, like, notoriously cheesy writing.
Well, a power crystal.
But most of it goes back to expectations. Spoken and unspoken expectations. I honestly don't think that Twok could have been as good as the rest of the trilogy in the eyes of the public. specifically in the eyes of the public, not necessarily in actuality.
Yes, the crystal is mine.
It was most likely going to be doomed because they were changing the formula, I think.
Keep back, you weak-minded fool. Avert your gaze or you'll go crystal.
When I think about Titans and Mom, I really never liked Titans. I thought it was too far of a deviation. Mom, I've heard, is a good game. I probably won't try it, but I've heard it is a good game. It's kind of for a similar reason that... I likely won't go through with playing The Legend of Spyro, because those games just aren't for me. But I've heard good things about Mom. Titans, not so much. I've played Titans and I didn't like it at all. Not saying people can't enjoy it. Same thing with like Spyro Skylanders. I would never play that in a million years, but some people can find enjoyment out of it. Shit, if I thought Spyro Enter the Dragonfly was fun, anybody can really have fun with just about anything if they try. That's also kind of like an unfortunate thing a lot of people don't think about when it comes to like how good a game is a lot of the times they don't really think that much about the when it came out. They don't think about what people were thinking. F. Because a game can be considered absolute garbage just because of how it came out, and then you just don't hear about the people that like the game and know what it has to offer. Like, there's a lot of people that actually really liked Fallout 76, for example, which is a notoriously despised game in the Fallout franchise. Yet, the people that play it love it. I mean, it was horrendously buggy, and Bethesda didn't fall through with a lot of its promises. My face is a Fallout? Yes, Mr. Butt. Come on! I hate it when that happens. There we go. No, I don't think you were to blame for that death, Mr. Butt. You know what? Let's do, OMG. CTTR as a kid. Yeah. I liked CTTR as a kid, but I know it's just garbage. Fuck you. It's just burping and farting, yeah. The CTTR just... Thanks for the good luck. Oh, hey, Nick. Yellow. Jello. Crash just surfed. It's about 2 seconds of time lost, nothing too bad. The game wasn't really polished. Yeah, you can always find ways to enjoy bad games. That might not make it. Nope. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean, I mean, they always say that there's a very good saying, one man's trash is another man's treasure. That does not mean that what you treasure is trash, but what one person's gonna find is trash, another person is going to treasure. Trasher, yes. I mean, a lot of people would say Sonic 3D Blast is a very boring game, and it's my favorite game of all time. It's a game I play very often, too. To completion. It has to be. It's in the title. I don't even think that was the initial title. I believe the initial title was Sonic 3D Flicky Island. Shadow the Hedgehog. Shadow the Hedgehog, it's not a terrible game. But, you know, when you compare it to the rest of, like... Dude, put the bomb where it's supposed to be! To be fair, every game is the worst Sonic game when you consider Sonic fans. Every game is the worst Sonic game. Because Sonic fans don't understand shit about their own franchise. This is just universally true. FBI is gonna arrest me for that? Nah. Try me, bitch. Though I think universally, most people can say Sonic Forces sucked. I think that's about as close as we would get to Sonic fans agreeing on something. And even then, there's people who liked Sonic Forces. But like, you'll get people that say the Dreamcast era sucked. All the Sonic Adventure 2, Sonic Heroes sucks. Then you're gonna have people who really love Heroes, and then you're gonna have people who really fucking hate the game, and then you have people who love Shadow, and then people who hate Shadow, people who love Sonic 06 and will die by it, saying it's a good game. They're wrong, but they'll still say that. You'll have people who say that the original trilogy sucks. You'll have people who say, well, Sonic 4 sucked. Everybody kind of knows that, but you can still find enjoyment out of it. The furthest I got today was Antagony. And the thing is that Sonic 06 did have a lot going for it. They just couldn't finish it. That's why Project 06 exists. Project 06 actually fixes a lot of the issues and kind of like adds a lot of the stuff that it was supposed to have, along with a little bit of extra shine to it, and some bells and whistles to make it look and play better. And Project 06, really good, really fun. They can't necessarily finish it probably without getting sued, but when you just look at that, it's like the game had potential. It's just that the lead dev quit. A whole bunch of people quit because of a whole bunch of corporate BS. And, well, the game was doomed. At that point, the game was just doomed. That might have made it in. It's all about the perspective, and Sonic fans don't have perspective. I personally hate Sonic Generations, and I don't like Sonic Mania. Two games that are universally well liked. Everybody's got their opinions, and if I said anything in the Sonic communities, I'd get gutted. The Sonic fans do not understand anything. I'm no exception to this. I mean, to be fair, I like Sonic 2 over 3. And a lot of people also consider that a sin. It's all a matter of perspective. Everything after the third game sucked. Stereotype. To be fair, a lot of it is nostalgia. And since they changed up the formula afterwards, that's just bound to happen. It was something similar that happened in Spyro, but to a lesser extent. And the reason why you don't see that about Mario is generally because Mario is specifically for kids, I think. Nah, the Sonic 06 gem's not that bad. You just gotta know how to do it. But with Mario, it's always like, it's mostly for kids. It's never, Mario's never saying the biggest and best adventure ever. It's like, Mario's doing something new, come look at it. Cool, Mario can jump now. Oh, he can clean graffiti now, let's go. He can throw his hat, amazing. Mario never strived for new, Mario just strived for a different adventure. Zelda's mostly the same way. Zelda never strived for new necessarily. Zelda always just strived for a different adventure. Metroid's kind of like half and half. Mario is a multiversal overlord. Now see, if they advertised it like that. But a lot of the times when it comes to Mario, people mostly just buy the game because it's Mario. And it just kind of stops there. It's like, it's Mario, so... Like, you just buy it because it's Mario, you like Mario. And when younger kids, they see Crash, they just buy Crash. And the parents see Sonic, and they buy Sonic. That's why I have the GameCube version of Sonic Heroes. Because my parents were like, oh, he likes Sonic. That's also why I have Crash Twinsanity. Oh, he likes Crash. But my parents... Spyro. Oh, he likes Spyro. A lot of times, that's why Mario is usually like, I jumped, you bitch. I think that's why Mario just never was under that scrutiny. But I think Nintendo also really, really put a lot of effort into making sure Mario was nice. Your 57-year-old aunt is what got you into Crash, damn. I also really liked Rayman and Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong 64, Donkey Kong Country, those games were fucking amazing. I remember, Halo, the first time that we got Halo, when we got Halo 1, I was 8 years old. And we were in a Hollywood video, if anybody knows what that is. If anybody knows what Hollywood video is and what Blockbuster is, then you're probably about as old as me. My dad, I don't remember if it was a Blockbuster or a Hollywood video, but we went into one and my dad grabbed this game and he said, don't tell the cashier that I'm getting this for you. And he had Halo 1, Halo Combat Evolved. And of course my dad wanted to play it, but he was also buying it for me. I never really played much FPS games. We had Quake 64, but I didn't play that many. I guess I also played Quake 2, but anyways, that's beside the point. This runs garbage, by the way. Yeah, he bought me Halo 1, and I really liked Halo 1. And then he bought Halo 2, and I liked Halo 2. The thing is that I couldn't get past Halo 1 because I was scared. I was scared of the game. I couldn't get past it. Played through Halo 2. Halo 1 was like lost underneath the couch for like 3 months. Played Halo 2, beat Halo 2, went back, beat Halo 1, and of course, this was when I was really young. Like 8, 9 years old. But my grandmother, back when she was still alive, had a Genesis. And she had several games. One Mickey Mouse game that I can't remember the name of. It was a puzzle game. Just a children's game. And also had Gadget Twins and Sonic 1 and 2. I didn't even know that there was a Sonic 3 until I was like 11 years old. When I went over to a friend's house. Same thing, I didn't even know there was a Spyro 3. I just thought there was Spyro 1 and Spyro Enter the Dragonfly, and that was it. When my grandmother had Sonic 1 and 2, and I played that all the time. But when she passed away, my sister had already moved out and she took the Genesis, so we didn't get it. But the first ever Sonic game that we owned was the twin pack of Sonic R and Sonic 3D Blast. And that's probably one of the reasons why those two games are my favorite Sonic games. I'll still play through both of them, especially Sonic R, because Sonic R does not take very long to actually play through. Sonic R, you can pound out one full playthrough with all the emeralds in like 20 minutes. I also like them because of how quick you could just beat both of them. You could just go through the game super quick, and then you could put them down. Like, I mean, if you're playing on emulator or something, you could just put Sonic 3D Blast down, save a state, that's it. Come back to it later, which is what I usually do. Play up to either Diamond Dust or Volcanic Valley, and then I stop playing. And then I never come back to the save, because by the time I go and play it again, I'm just starting a new game. And the funny thing is that because I played on, I think, Windows 2000 or XP, I don't remember which. I think it was Windows 2000 for the for Sonic 3D Blast. I did not remember any of the music of the Saturn version, despite it being the PC version that I played. Because the PC version wouldn't play the music. So I played the game with no music. There was like 6 or 7. I didn't care. It was Sonic. I was like, oh, this is cool. I like this game. This game's fun. Never beat it. Several years later, when I got Sonic Mega Collection, I played the Genesis version, and I forgot that the PC version was different. I remember now that my PC just didn't play the music, but back then I had no idea. I wasn't really thinking about it. I was just playing Sonic. In Crash, I think for Crash 2, which we never had Crash 1, I don't believe I ever got past Warp 3 in Crash 2 as a kid. I beat Crash 3, though. I think I was a preteen by the time, either preteen or teenager by the time I actually beat Crash 2 for the first time. Always have to remember to get the yellow gem here. There we go. Hub 2. Thank fuck I got it first try. I didn't want to risk it. I wanted to actually grab the red gem. Yeah, I'm a little tired of resetting, so I'm trying not to reset or do anything that makes me reset. So I'm being a little bit safer than I usually would be. Especially since I'm actually, like, barely ahead of the run right now. That was close. There we go. There we go. Let me see. Hello, Nioi. Nioi? Kali Ves. I can't really read Greek, sorry. I learned how to... read Russian. Kali Techne. Technis. You forgot the s. Into new artists. Ah.
My daughter, niece. We must do something. Think, Cortex, think.
If I get a sub 2730 Antagony, then this is a really good run. That was good, actually. It didn't look good, but it was good. Who knows? Yeah, see, for this you just don't hold the boost button and you'll get it every time. This one you can do that. Somebody please get that. The bots have been pretty bad recently. Okay. This is good pace. I have a trick for that. Oh. What? That's some unnecessary time loss. Awesome. Yo, Ellie, what's up? There we go, got it. It's the first time I've gotten it today. Okay, cool.
There they are.
There they are. Let her go! Take me instead! Ah!
So fun fact, if anybody knows Pete the player, I actually did crash dubs for him. Hang on, I need to concentrate for this. Yep, knew I wasn't getting it. I did Cortex for pretty much every one of his dubs, which he did dubs for the GBA Crash games. But I also did Mega Mix for Crash Bandicoot: The Huge Adventure, and that was the one that everybody thought was the best, sounded the best, which I was like, what? Because like that was like a very like zero effort thing. They were like, the voice actor must have been like super good, holy shit. And it's like, no, I was like, I put zero effort into that. Oh, come on. I betcha I know what it is, too. I can't check it, so go fuck yourself. This better not be copyrighted music. I wanted to do Spyro for Crash Purple, but I guess somebody already took the role, and that was the one role that I think Pete had a lot of issues with. That person in particular. That better not have been my dad. Nah, he would have messaged me on Discord. Damn it! So much time lost. That's like 7 seconds-ish. Damn it. Sustain. That's not new. I've been doing that. I just don't always do it. Identified spam. Potential spam. Thought so. I know exactly what calling me. Huh? Yeah, what you're saying isn't new. Are you sure it pushes Crash further, though? That may have lost me time. Yeah, it lost me some time. Movement isn't good. When I'm saying movement isn't good here, I actually specifically am referring to my spacing. Because you have to pay attention to your spacing. When you're doing movement in Twins. Dude, come on. No, I don't. I'm not a very artsy person. That was last frame. Almost missed that. Cool. Doing that blind. Fuck. That's 6 seconds of time loss. Unnecessary time loss. Watch me just get ball glitch and save it all back. Oh, shit. That was clutch. Holy shit. Fuck you. I'm most likely going to be behind. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be behind. That was really close to failing. Fuck you. Yeah, I think it's about 150 from now, so I'm probably losing about 10 seconds. That might have been too early. Nope. Perfectly fine. Okay. Come on. That was a very fast Mecha Bandicoot fight.
Let's get out of here!
So now we are here for another several minutes. Let's see if there's anybody that I can... Oh, Stu's live. Damn, nice. I'm gonna go to the... Yeah, I have time to go to the bathroom. Here. If anybody wants to watch. If anybody wants to watch both at the same time, you now have a multi-twitch that you can use. Skull Mountain, nice. Oh shit, controller. Crash Bandicoot will return. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, Stewart is doing Crash to 100% at the moment. I'm surprised I lived. Aw. It's gonna be very difficult for me to gain to save time here. From now on, I basically have to play very close to perfectly. Supposed to make a comeback. Yep. There was a Crash 5 in the works. Appreciated. Damn it. Grab the fucking gem, Crash. Come on. I'm doing that part slightly differently because I finally figured out why I wasn't landing when I was supposed to. Seven seconds. Being 11 seconds behind is rough. Especially because I'm going up against a best seg. Not this split, but next split. For slip slide. Well, it doesn't have mother skip, so if I get mother skip, then probably I'm going to save time. It's like 15 seconds, but depends on a lot of other factors too. Like if I just don't do slip slide very well, I will still lose time. And that slip slide was actually pretty fucking good. And then a lot of stuff depends on this upcoming trick, which either works or it doesn't. It's not random, it's just very difficult to pull off because stuff like that can happen. Okay, second try, good. That's what we want to see. Okay, you're a jackass. Gameplay is smooth and clean. Comes from practice. Lots and lots of practice. I'm not gonna go for the slide jump. It kept dropping my inputs there. I don't want to risk it. Okay, what am I doing here? Not anything I want to do, that's for sure. Damn it, missed it. I am going to be losing a decent amount of time here. The first slide jump in the chase. Yeah, it's pretty much like that. You only get it if you land on... if you do the movement correctly. If you don't do the movement correctly, you will not get it correct. I forgot to spin. Look at all this time loss. I probably will not be ahead. Oh shit. That was dice. That was dicey. Oof. So was that. Damn it. Come on, land. Get up there, jackass. There we go. That does not like to work. I didn't get the long jump there either.
tell you, our salvation floats upon the briny blue. We must reach Engine's battleship and quickly before it sets sail. But how? Think, Cortex, think!
I currently have zombie, which means that I cannot take damage. Unless it's from something that causes an insta-kill. Or I fall too far. Or I fall for too long. This is slip slide. I am taking... Fuck me. It technically is a glitch. Come on. Yeah. I'm gonna lose a lot of time. This is really bad. You need to also add an asterisk to that, because that's not the only criteria. It's not the only criterion for zombie. If you get zombie, your inputs are locked and you can't move, so you need to have an extra thing happening so you don't soft lock. There's 5 spots where you can actually get, I think it might be 6 actually, where you can get zombie. 5 or 6, but only 3 of them you have movement, and 1 of them soft locks the camera. The 2 that you have free movement and the camera's fine are used in runs. The other one is actually you could get it in Cavern at the end of the Mecha Bandicoot. The end of Mecha Bandicoot.
Ladies? Excuse me, madam.
You will see the second one if I make it to Boiler.
Mother?
This is an incredibly bad slip slide, by the way. This is a very, very bad slip slide. Please don't. One's dead. You would say you've seen worse until you know that that death right there loses about 9 minutes. It's somewhere between 9 and 11. Depends on how long it takes for you to get back and get zombie again. Trust me, I'm, as a speedrunner, we don't need people to tell us like that we're doing fine. It's different when you're practiced and trained. And none of it's fair comparisons. But yeah, basically what happens is, because you have to go back and get zombie, otherwise you have to go and fight, Brio. You lose so much time from dying there with zombie. You have one shot with slip slide. Precision! ¿Qué pasa? Because it's a habit. You don't have to. But it's also better in case that you fail it, because then you can instantly go into the water. It just makes sense to do it. Wouldn't you reset? No, it doesn't. It only loses like 3 or 4 seconds. 1 hour until work, damn. Let me put it to you like this. Losing 4 or 5 seconds in an hour-long run that is already pretty reset intensive because of Cavern, adding extra time and extra resets does not make sense, because that just means you will make it to the rest of the game a lot less often, which means you're not going to be as good. You'll be good at the start of the game. It doesn't mean you're not going to be as good with the later levels. And practice isn't going to help you, because the thing is that while you can be good at a very, like, the beginning of the game, if you're not good at the rest of the game, and if you're not used to being able to handle the pressure of being on a run, because you don't reach the rest of the game while on a run, you're not going to finish a run. I'm not just calling you out, this is one of the reasons why I got a lot better at Twinsanity than a lot of people. I don't want to say this is like I'm naturally talented. It just makes a lot of sense that I reset way less than other people, so I play the rest of the game more often while on a run. So I can actually handle the pressure of being on a run. And it's like a lot of people who reset so early on, it's like, dude, come on, it's 5 seconds. When you get up to top level, 5 seconds matters, but if it's like 5 seconds and you have a 2-hour time, it's like, it's just 5 seconds. It just means more time save if you PB. You gotta keep going. You gotta adjust to everything. Joder. No. Los taxis, no. Five seconds is a decent amount, depending. But the game's not very optimized. So, like, I mean, you'll see me... So, I'll tell you what my threshold is for, Jungle Bungle. You see my Jungle Bungle split in comparison to my best seg. It's about 10 seconds. So, my threshold's about that. Is Spanish my second language? Yes, Spanish is my second language. I'm a native English speaker. Are more prone to resetting over... Oh, buenas, ¿qué pasa? I am also doing YouTube, yeah. Okay, so I'm going to level with you. I've never thought about that. about if runners with ADHD being more prone to resetting over small time loss. It's actually possible. Why don't I get the extra push? What does that even mean? I don't understand what you mean by extra push. It's that, but what you're saying also does not sound very fast. You get pushed further? What do you mean at the end? Where am I from? I am from the United States. Yo, Mihala, what's up? No, I don't. If you mean at the end, I do 2 slides, I don't do 1. No, Sillon, es que no es un best segment, es que... mine are platinum. Platch. Gold is ahead. No, I don't really have any idea what you're talking about. And it doesn't sound like it matters. Damn it. I am it saves less than a second or a second, and I still don't know what and where you're talking about at what point. Is it after the cutscene skip? Is it before the cutscene skip? Where? Come on. People with ADHD are more talented? It's possible. After you slide off of a rock, you get a little push? Not really. Doesn't save anything. You do a slide and then you do another slide because it puts your movement, it puts you where you need to be in order to get the cycle for the next chunk. Yes, Trouble, I am going faster. It is partially true that people with ADHD tend to be more talented, but the reason is not because they have more latent ability. I would know since I have ADHD myself. You know I'm streaming right now, right? I can't just, like, look up the video and... Maybe I could do it afterwards, but... I'm probably gonna forget, I'm not gonna lie. New mod for speedrunner with ADHD. So it's probably also a style of practice. As well. But a lot of times because of, possibly because I know people like me with ADHD have, like, what's it called, what is it called? Rejection dysphoria? Where they want to make sure that everything is perfect or whatever, so that way people don't judge them or reject them. That might be why. I don't know. But a lot of speedrunner, or a lot of people with ADHD want to be, yeah, rejection dysphoria. That's why a lot of people with ADHD tend to try not talking to people, because they don't want to bother them, and they know that having ADHD, you can be annoying sometimes, and so it's like, it's also why a lot of the times people with ADHD don't want to ask if somebody wants to hang out. They wait for somebody else to do it for them, because it's like, it's a symptom of ADHD for some reason. I don't know, because I understand it having ADHD, but I don't really know what it is. Because the thing is, and I will say this, outside of the fact that people with ADHD, yes, we have slightly different brains than the average person, but at the same time, a lot of the symptoms of ADHD are present in most people. It's just that they are either not as intense. Oh yeah, of course I learned more Japanese. It's not like, it's just more intense than the average person, and it happens more often. Like, let's say, for example, I know some people who, when they get really mentally exhausted, they can display ADHD-like symptoms. You know, not being able to concentrate, but still looking for something to kind of stimulate the brain, looking for that dopamine release. And not being able to have coherent thoughts. Those kinds of things. Which, those are very prevalent in people with ADHD, along with disorganization, not being able to finish tasks, all this other stuff. This stuff does happen with a lot of people, not just people with ADHD. It's just that when you put all of those things together, it makes it like that. So, one thing that's like, you were diagnosed with ADHD and you're mad anxious all the time? Because of the fact that you have ADHD? Or knowing, rather? So here's a weird common misconception about ADHD, and it kind of has something to do with the way that, Oh, really? Interesting. I didn't know that. Well, I knew... Okay, actually, no, for some... Hang on, I reread it. Yeah, you're right, you're right. I thought, like, more receptive to, like, talking on stream is what I understood. My bad. So, the thing is that people with ADHD have this... Do not have... We don't have the inability to focus. In fact, we have the opposite problem. We have the ability, we have hyperfocus, but at the same time, it is almost impossible to control. Because the brain is constantly also looking for stimulus. It's looking for stuff. It's looking for stuff to basically hyper-focus on, which is why you have the ooh shiny moments with people with ADHD, which is why a lot of people with ADHD tend to do things like speedrunning or hobbies. Because it's like, oh, I'm really interested in this. I can focus on this without needing to think of and focus on other things. It makes me feel good. Is basically what it is. It's a little different from autism, where autism is more like, this is my familiarity. Es verdad. Así es. So the thing is, yeah, you can't control it. It's not possible to control. Your brain is constantly looking for stimuli. When you find something that you really want to focus on, you can focus on it easily, to the point where you forget the rest of the world exists sometimes. But yeah, the ability comes at a cost. It comes at a cost where your brain does not know how to organize itself, which is why they made medication for it. Make sure your brain is stimulated enough to where you can function, basically. And it changes as you get older. The older you get, your ADHD changes. Because it's a part of you. It's a part of your brain. Your brain ages too. As you get older, especially you want to control yourself more. Because, well, you're an adult. You're supposed to be able to have control over these faculties. So there's a higher pressure, I think, to, like, not act out in public or... I am almost 30. I turn 30 next March. I was diagnosed with ADHD when I was 5 or 6 years old. I started medication when I was 7. I've been on medication ever since. I did switch medications, and I also had some problems while I was in Japan with getting medication. So I had to go without medication for some brief periods of time. It really sucked, but that's beside the point. Dealing with ADHD is something a lot of people don't entirely think about, because it's either it's one of two things. And forgive me if I speak incredibly plainly about this, but as somebody who's almost 30 years old and has had ADHD has known he's had ADHD and all that stuff for a long time and having to take medication, blah blah blah. A lot of people tend to label ADHD as just not being able to pay attention, incredibly hyperactive, and neurodivergent. And while it is understandable, at the same time, a lot of the problems that come with having ADHD don't get spoken about. It's just assumed to either, oh, you're just different, and I don't like that. I don't like just being told, oh, you're just different. Okay. That doesn't mean anything. Or things of that nature. I don't like any of that. The thing is you know, people with ADHD need to understand, almost like they can't relate, yeah. So there are these umbrella terms that are being used to try to just shove it in a desk, be done with it, because, oh, you're just different. Go away. And it doesn't help, because, like, a lot of people, maybe the populace doesn't need to be educated on ADHD. ADHD people need to be educated on ADHD. So you can live in a world where people think differently of you, or think differently than you. And that's not a bad thing, that's not a problem. that other people are different. It's just... Yeah, it's like... Especially since my mom does not have it. Either can't relate or don't care to, yeah. So, and this is the thing, is that I believe that it is on us to deal with those differences, so we can learn how to coexist, basically. So it's like, there's nothing wrong with ADHD. There's nothing wrong with having it. It's not it just means you've got different problems, and if you learn how to deal with those problems, then you're good. Like, as long as you can basically, like, as long as you understand your problems and your differences, you can communicate it with others and learn how to, you know, coexist with people that don't think and act the way that you do. I mean, yes, the thing is that it will be absolutely impossible to... It will be absolutely impossible to, like, fully empathize. Like, say, it works both ways. Me as somebody with ADHD can't fully empathize with somebody who doesn't have ADHD in terms of ways of thinking. In other ways, yeah, of course, we're all human. But my brain is just different. Most of my close friends have ADHD. How do you think ADHD affects you socially? That is a very, very, very loaded question. I'll tell you from my perspective. I'm always thinking of, like, what if I act out? What if I just feel this feeling a little too strongly and I say something? What if I say this joke that I find really funny, but nobody understands? But by the time I'm thinking those things, it happens anyways. Or like, let's say, for example, having to, when you're in the middle of a class, for example, and you're trying to pay attention, your brain is not letting you pay attention. You have to do a whole bunch of things to kind of trick your brain into doing it, and, you know, some people, unfortunately, have to move around. Some people have to, like, do stuff like draw, which can be very distracting for other people. You do things that can be very distracting for other people, and you just always think, maybe I'm gonna disturb them. But then there are other people who don't care, and a lot of times those people tend to be shunned and isolated. And then some other people can be shunned and isolated as well, because maybe they thought of something that it's like, oh, this should be funny, and you say it, and it was not appropriate. It's weird. Yeah, some people just have to do stuff, like, some people just have to draw, some people just have to, like, do stuff that makes them calm down. They have to do stuff that makes them feel comfortable, so that way they can distract their brain in order to do stuff. One of the things I do is when I'm driving, I need to have somebody to talk to, because it blocks out a lot of my desire to look around. Otherwise, I will not look at the road. And a lot of people will say that's dangerous. But the thing is it makes me less dangerous. Because then I'm not looking at I'm not looking at things that are distractions. I'm paying attention to the cars in front of me and behind me and beside me. It helps me. Are there things that you... Are there times that I'm doing a run, but I'm thinking about... My friend. People with ADHD always think of at least 10 different things at the exact same time, every waking moment of every day. I'm not saying this to patronize you. I'm trying to make it funny. Because, to be honest, when you hear about it, it sounds ridiculous. But it is essentially like you're listening to 10 voices at the exact same time. And whichever one you decide to try to focus on. I described it to a friend of mine who also has ADHD. I was at his house last week. I stayed with him for a week. It's basically like this. Imagine that you have like a 10 monitor setup, right? Or a 9 monitor setup. I could say that in a second. Imagine you have a 10 monitor setup, right? Or 9 monitor setup, and basically like the one that you want to pay attention to is in the middle, but as you stop paying attention to it, it becomes more fuzzy. And basically like, unless there's something that you really want to look at, all of the monitors become hyper fuzzy, and they're all playing audio at the same time. And whichever one your brain wants to pay attention to will be the one that is more clear and has less static. That's a very good comparison.
Come along.
So there's like a pull towards different monitors. Yes. And they're all functioning at the same time. How am I going so fast? Holding down B, but I'm also jumping. Jumping makes you go faster if you do it correctly, and you have to make sure that you jump on down slopes. If you go on to things that slope upwards, doesn't work. Regardless, it doesn't matter. The question, I understood the question. With medication, it helps a lot, but a lot of the times, people who take medication, when they're off of the medication, they feel a lot of anxiety because of the fact that they understand a lot of the times that they can act out, and we feel like we don't have the control, is essentially what it is we feel like we don't have the control to be normal. Because, which is slightly different from people with autism. People with ADHD, we feel like we can be normal, but we don't have control over our faculties enough to be that way, if that makes any sense. Of course I have problems with sleeping. Only when you're tired or hungry. That's a very good comparison, because basically what ADHD is the brain is starved of dopamine. And also energy.
There they are.
So a lot of people who get tired or are very hungry tend to exhibit some of the symptoms. Not all of them, but some of them. Of course, I'm no expert. The only thing I can tell you is that, well, I've had ADHD all of my life. And I have worked decently hard to try to make sure that the people around me who don't have it get all the stuff explained to the point where, at the very least, they can understand, to the point where I can, like, basically make those bridges when needed. But it's mostly an uphill, it's an uphill battle. Alright, you take it easy. Both of you take it easy. Thanks for stopping by. When did I get diagnosed? When I was like 6. So like 23 years ago. I was one of the people that was diagnosed and actually had it. I don't necessarily think that there needs to be more awareness specifically, because here's the thing. This is possibly controversial, but I will say this because coming from somebody that has, you know, this, we are responsible for our own actions. It is impossible for somebody that does not have the same problems to be able to understand. So, the awareness, people who want to do so should. The people who want to try to understand should, but the thing is it's not on them. It's on the people who have the problems to understand the problems and to at least educate those around them when needed to help deal with those symptoms. So, it's like, I will never say, oh, it's because of the ADHD. I will say, sorry, I have ADHD, sometimes this stuff happens. I'm going to try to make sure that this doesn't happen again. I apologize. It's basically like that. Comprehensive information, yes. For us. And now, what's really nice is people with autism have a lot of this. And I'm pretty sure it just has to do with the fact that autistic people are very different from the norm. Because the autistic brain is very different from the standard brain. ADHD brain, well, there's a lot of what is it called? Like, there's a lot of people that have both. Especially because the symptoms tend to diverge anyways. But autism is very well understood, at least by other autistic people. And it's just because autism is so different that, or at least that's what I'm guessing, is autism is just so different that it's more studied. People with ADHD are closer to normal. It's not understood at all. It's also possible. Yeah, not everybody that has that stuff not everybody that has okay, Captain Winard, I will answer that in a second. It's possible. For example, I guess, yeah, if you just didn't have the same experiences as everybody, you're not going to be the same as everybody else. It just is what it is. Not everybody who's normal develops all the social skills they need. I was more of a man-child around the time I graduated from high school. I didn't have any concept of social skills. It was just because I didn't grow up properly. I didn't have a proper childhood. Whatever. You know, I worked hard. I'm at least where I am right now. I'm not where I should be, but I am where I am. The apologizing thing, the thing is, with having a mental disorder, like ADHD, is that, and this is also a little controversial, but the thing is that basically being in a society where everybody else, when you have your own mental faculties, you are responsible for your mental faculties. Now, in cases where you don't have those mental faculties, that's when that's when things are a little different. So I am speaking strictly for people with ADHD. At this particular point in time, I'm strictly talking about people with ADHD. Could be other things too, I don't know. I don't want to speak for them. But I believe that in a lot of times, if you have the mental faculties, you're responsible for yourself. And because of that, if you do something disruptive, because I mean, at the end of the day, you are still if you're out and about in society, and you're being disruptive for either no reason or no good reason, that you're responsible for yourself. So a lot of times you could be disruptive and be kind of an idiot, and sometimes kind of an ass to people when you have ADHD without meaning to. And having that understanding that you have that responsibility, but also letting other people know that sometimes these things can still happen, as long as you're basically kind of like doing a mix, then it's easy to coexist, because you live in a world with other people. There's nothing you can do about it. You just live in a world with other people. You can't assume that the world caters to you. But at the same time, there are certain things like you have to take stuff into account. You can't just say, like, oh well, you know, you also can't say, I don't deserve this because of this. No, coexistence, you have to know that you just live with other people. Other people live in this world with you. It is better to cooperate with people to basically make it as painless as possible, and also being capable of doing the things you want to do. And making excuses for your mental disorder. And I'm saying specifically excuses. I'm not saying things that you absolutely cannot control, because there are people who don't have the control, and it's not their fault. But you just have to understand that. It's better to cooperate. And this goes for a lot of things. Because the thing is you could say, oh, I'm a normal person. You probably have one or two things and problems in your life that other people don't have. And because of that, you have to, you know, take into account those kinds of things and try your best to interact with people as best you can as a means of cooperation. Or if it's not even an issue for you to socialize and whatnot, then it's not a big deal. Everybody's got problems. Everybody has problems. It's not necessarily on the rest of society to give you what you need. In order to do that, you have to learn how to coexist, in a certain sense. And some of this was kind of reinforced because I was living in Japan for 3 months in a study abroad program, and I look at that, and it's kind of more so affected how I think as well, of like this idea of coexistence, I guess. That came a lot from being in a collectivist society for 3 months, instead of being here in the United States. Why am I restarting? Because this is a speedrun. I'm trying to complete the game as fast as possible. And the thing is that what I'm saying here can be considered a little controversial, because like a lot of people will say, but what about this? Oh, what killed the run? Just probably a mistake of some kind. And the whole thing about that with me is, well, this is fair. But what about you specifically? it would be better to figure out how to coexist than to force your way to get something that you feel you deserve, because you just live in a world with other people living in it. You gotta go ban bots. Understandable. Appreciate the luck. But yeah, I apologize for the rant. If you don't agree with what I say, that's fine. It doesn't change how I feel about myself. And because a lot of this is also the kinds of expectations I put upon myself. Why was I in Japan? I was studying Japanese. I took a study abroad program for 3 months. Unfortunately, it meant I didn't have a summer vacation, but, well, I was able to... all that stuff. Appreciated. Oh, that actually saved me from taking damage. Cool. Oh, I got a low bounce. That death right there cost a lot of time. You can, but I mean, I've been studying Japanese for about 5 years now. And I had the opportunity to go to Japan and take Japanese classes there for 3 months. International schools in the US? I don't think those exist. Americans tend to be very anti, anybody but us. I mean, maybe they exist. I've never seen one. I've never heard of any. Most of them that I've heard of were generally from bilingual communities where a lot of immigrants came around to try to also make sure that people do it. It's beneficial for a lot of people, but when you speak the language of the world, you don't have to. Because everybody speaks your language, is what I think. That's why. I don't fully understand it because, I mean, for one, like, I guess you could consider me trilingual. And the thing is I also agree with the fact that international schools would be very good for the United States, but I don't know. It's just not a thing that I've seen. It is considerably difficult to learn other languages here. especially because there's a lot of stigma revolving around other languages. And, some other cultural things that kind of suck. I've heard this, and this is ridiculous, is that I don't want to try to get rid of my accent, because isn't that cultural appropriation? Doesn't it belong to them and not us? I've heard that before. Like, as a serious argument for why a person didn't want to change their accent. And that's kind of ridiculous. Because what the intention of that is like thinking that people will make fun of you or like basically scold you for doing that. Trying to like adopt another culture. That's what all that stuff. No, it's mostly because of a fear of... It's the opposite. Of, like, thinking that because you're an outsider, you're not supposed to. Because otherwise you're doing something that offends them. That is the thought process behind it. I mean, there's also the fact that a lot of Americans don't get exposed to different sounds and different things. You still play like an average player? Oh, what do you mean? That's what I've heard and that's how I've understood it, but at the same time it's like I've tried to stay away from that thought process. And also, like, I have a rare ability. No, it's not offensive to do that. Of course not. Why would it be? Why would it be offensive? It wouldn't be. It's a beautiful thing to be able to learn another person's culture, learn another way of thinking, another way of talking, and using the sounds of another language and things like that, and be able to communicate and understand the world around you. That is a beautiful thing. And a lot of times when you try your best to learn another person's language, another person's culture, and you know, not like the thing of like, oh, look at me, I can speak your language. It's like, hey, you know, I want to find out about you. That's good. Oh, you can't do glitches like me. Well, of course. I practiced a lot. Easy defeats and excuses instead of trying to improve yourself and better yourself. Yeah, exactly. That's another reason why I wanted to go to Japan, was because, well, yeah, it was challenging. Something to, like, accelerate my learning so that way I could also understand a little bit better as to what, because you hear about things about like what other societies are like. Even learning the language, you hear that, but you just can't. You can't unless you see it for yourself. There's nothing that replaces actually having those experiences. And then also being put in an uncomfortable environment For example, when you're in an environment where there's only one language that you guys can use. There's no safety net. You have to do that. Alright, take it easy, enjoy your lunch. It's just, to me, and mind you, I am a little different from most people. To me, that's just great. It's not really for brownie points. It's not to say, oh, hey, look at me. I can speak this language. I went here. I don't care about that. I just enjoy learning about other people's culture and other people's language. Okay. No way I made it in. Ain't no way. No way, I am God. En España tenemos que aprender inglés porque los extraños no quieren aprender español. Exacto. Exacto, pero la otra razón es que a veces sí. Por ejemplo, si tienes que ir a otro país y la gente no sabe, por ejemplo, español, o en mi caso inglés, pero sabe otra lengua, otra lengua, la lengua en común es lo más importante. Especialmente en el día de hoy. Es importante saber un idioma en el caso en que si estás con otra gente que sabe inglés y nada más, o que sabe inglés y otra lengua, pero ¿sabes inglés? Esa gente sabe inglés. El concepto es... El concepto se llama la lengua franca. Pero obviamente hay otras razones. Quizá, por ejemplo, vinculado con el poder. Obviamente el idioma inglés está vinculado con el poder. El poder, la clase alta, algo así. Eso es muy triste, pero es la realidad. Casi todo el mundo en la escuela, todo el mundo aprende un poquito de inglés. Aparte de, por ejemplo, los Estados Unidos, mi país, Inglaterra. Pero a veces la escuela tiene que aprender otro idioma, pero en mi caso sí, tuve que aprender español y no quería. Pero solo en el instituto y nada más. Es que... Pero la verdad es que... En mi caso... En mi caso es que... Me gustan los idiomas. Pero... Soy un tío muy raro. Sí, tiene sentido. Es un verdadero para Japón también. Normalmente en la primaria la gente empieza a aprender inglés. Yeah, basically, the other thing I was saying was, that, yeah, it's a way to communicate with people who don't speak Spanish, and it's the same everywhere, basically, except in English-speaking countries. But it is also tied with things like, English is a language of power and also of high class, or at least perceived that way. So, which is why in a lot of other countries, you find English words everywhere, because people think that being able to speak English is linked with intelligence and money and higher status. I sound different when I speak Spanish. Yes, I do, don't I? No, Mr. Bud knows. Mr. Bud knows Spanish. Yo, Hidomi. Yeah, most people don't think of English as like a language of prestige, but it's like an unconscious thing. It's an unconscious. It's unconscious in society. But a lot of us don't need to do that. A lot of, like, us who were born in an English-speaking country, we don't have to think about that because we already speak the language. We already speak English. So a lot of the times we think of, like, learning other languages as, like, more of, for tourist destination stuff. Or, like, small things. Like, I know some people who will say, oh, I want to learn another language, and they only learn 1 or 2 phrases. And then be like, oh, I love French. The food is amazing. The French is the language of love. Or they would say, hon hon baguette. Which does not make much sense in the grand scheme of things because that's not really true. But in the US, a lot of us Americans just are not exposed to other languages. And when we are, we're just like, go back to your own country, bitch. Yeah, I saw it a lot when I was in Japan as well. Is like people see English as a high status and high intelligence. So people who can speak English well are considered to be high value. But at the same time, almost nobody learns how to actually use English because they don't do any speaking practice and it's all for tests. It's all tests. All, like, studying. It's not actual, like, language. It's just studying. And it's what English is for. And for the occasional foreigner that needs to ask for directions. There's some other, societal things, too, that are difficult to kind of explain without actually having been there. And by been there, I mean specifically lived there, not being there just like a tourist on vacation. It's very weird. Wait, the newest Prince of Persia has an actual Persian dub? Oh, holy shit, that's sick. Holy shit, that's actually fucking based. Holy fuck. That's actually cool as fuck. People say, some people think Arabic is the most difficult to learn, the most difficult language to learn. Finnish is the most difficult language. Finnish is definitely the most difficult language. That doesn't mean it's the most difficult language to learn how to communicate in, but in terms of grammar, it is the most complex language that we have. That's one of the reasons why, if you ever plan on moving to Finland, the Finnish people say, don't fucking try. Learn Swedish. Everything, you can get by learning Swedish here. Learn Swedish. All official documents are also in Swedish, so you don't have to deal with Finnish. And just about everybody can speak Swedish to some degree. The Basque language is difficult, but it's not as bad as Finnish. We just call it the Basque language in English. Or Basque. And also, the other thing is language difficulty does depend on what language is your native language, or what languages you know. Or maybe language difficulty isn't the best way to describe it. It's more like the length of time it takes. Because as an English speaker in particular, one of the language that actually takes the longest to learn is Japanese. It's mostly just because of reading. Surprisingly, Mandarin isn't higher. Mandarin's actually a tier below. But for a Korean speaker, Japanese doesn't actually take very long to learn at all. Grammar is incredibly similar, so you don't have to learn that many new concepts, you just have to learn how to read. You have to learn how to read and learn the words. But if you look at English, grammatically, English is very difficult. English is very easy grammatically to learn how to become communicative. Being able to communicate in English is not that hard. Which is it's a good thing that it's like this, because it's fairly easy to be able to communicate with English speakers as long as you get it half right. But pronunciation is very difficult. Pronunciation for English is actually very difficult for people that don't already have half of the sounds that the language uses and the concepts of, like, mutation, because there's so many different ways that you can pronounce something. There's many different ways you can pronounce a word, and there's 5 different stress tones. English is a nightmare for speaking. For speaking correctly, anyways. But then you have languages like, say, Spanish, which is fairly complex grammatically. Same with French. But with Spanish, you have stressed and unstressed, and you have fairly easy sounds to make most of the time. Not all the time. Some sounds are difficult to make for some speakers. But with Spanish, it's not difficult to get the pronunciation down to the point where people will understand you most of the time. The grammar is really what gets you, because if you don't do the grammar correctly, people might not understand anything of what you're saying. I am playing on an original Xbox, and my game is being upscaled by a RetroTink 4K. I don't feel bored just repeating the same levels. No, that's what the chat's for. Escuchar el inglés, exacto, es porque los tonos del estrés. Literalmente hay 5 tipos de estrés en inglés. En comparación de... En contraste de español, hay 2. Los sílabas con estrés y los sílabas átonas. Y nada más. Especialmente en inglés tiene 13 o 14 vocales diferentes. Ahora sí. Y especialmente con las contracciones. Es verdad. Oh, that's nice. The Dragon Ball Z Greek dub is a meme in and of itself. Es más fácil fonéticamente. Exacto, exacto. Para escuchar, no sé. Pero es que... tengo un bias. Obviamente lo que de inglés es que los consonantes como la G, por ejemplo en lao, no podré escuchar la G en lao. Aunque en mi pronunciación hay una G, lao, pero no podré escucharlo. Aunque en mi propia pronunciación hay una G. It's like you're listening to a different person because I change my voice when I speak different languages. If I spoke Japanese, for example, I would sound completely different too.
Yes, the crystal is
は、例えば、俺の声はちょっと違うよね。うん。
Keep back, you weak-minded fool. The
日本語の話すとき、
crazy.
スペイン語の話すとき、英語の話すとき、全然違うよね。
Yeah. It's an ability that I have that I got from my mom. But, yeah, it's partially from the influence of anime and all this other stuff too. So, it's like, totalmente la personalidad. Quizá, pero creo que... gracias, exacto. Pero es que creo que es la razón de... es la influencia del lenguaje, por ejemplo. O sea, quizá es porque no sé totalmente el idioma. Y por eso es que quizá no puedo expresarme como quiero exactamente. Quizá es la culpa de del vocabulario y la gramática. Pero no sé exactamente. Es una suposición. No sé exactamente. No. Los únicos lados en que estaba fueron Japón, Canadá y los Estados Unidos y nada más. Pero tengo amigos de España. Pero no, nunca en mi vida he vivido en España. O sea, no he viajado a España. It feels like I'm holding my nose. Yeah, I do speak a little bit more nasally when I speak in Spanish, don't I? Fucking hell. Dude, come on, I'm having a good run here. I still don't know exactly how to fix that. Pero es interesante, ¿no? Es una habilidad de mi madre, creo. O sea, de mi familia. Es genética. Supongo. Es que en su infancia, mi madre estaba estudiando francés y tuvo un acento casi perfecto. Y ahora mismo, cuando cuenta un poema o algo así en francés, tiene un acento muy bien. Hace ¿cuántos años? Casi 30 años. How come I don't use the camera to the right? Alright, take it easy. How come I don't use the camera to the right? Thing? What do you mean by that? Oh, that. Because that was a very, very old setup that I no longer do. And yes, I was speaking Spanish again. I mean, I have at least somewhat advertised my stream as being a bilingual stream. Technically trilingual at this point. It's just that I don't have any Japanese speaking followers. Well, I have a couple, but none that actually come into my streams usually and talk. Yeah. Twinsanity. The game always gives. That's called Cursed Splash. It is used in this 100% route and in the any percent route. Bueno, sí. Creo que es una habilidad genética de mi familia. No sé exactamente, pero...
My daughter, niece. We must do something. Think, Cortex, think.
Ese teléfono parece carpintero. What? Also, it's kind of good for me to get the juices flowing for Spanish, because the thing is that I'm gonna be taking 2 advanced classes in Spanish next semester. One's a history class and one's advanced grammar and writing. So I kind of need to get my brain back on thinking in Spanish, since, you know, I was in Japan for 3 months and there were no Spanish speakers, so I wasn't really using Spanish all that much. So I kinda have to get my... Okay, game. How far back am I? So I kinda have to get used to, speaking and thinking in Spanish again. I am also taking a Japanese class, but I don't think that's gonna be as bad, since I had plenty of practice. What do I do besides speedrunning? Do voice acting stuff on the side. It's not entirely like riding a bike. It's a little different. Since it has to do with... Since language is also about neural pathways and shit, how you think and all that. So, if it can get rusty depending on your fluency level. The lower your fluency is, the faster it will decay, and also the faster you have gained that fluency, the faster it will decay. Like, for instance, and this is actually a really cool thing, is that sometime, I think in the 1700s, an Australian man who was in the Navy, or something, he got stranded on an island with a lot of indigenous people and somehow didn't die and got accepted. I don't work as a voice actor exactly, but I want to be one. Practice. But, yeah, so basically he basically gets deserted on an island. He gets accepted into the culture and everything. Has a wife, has kids and everything. He gets completely accepted into the culture. Has not used English in 40 years. And basically spoke English at an incredibly, like, low fluency, despite it being his native language. However, you know, because it was his native language, he was speaking it for, like, for a large amount of time in his life as his native language. The thing is it took him about 7 months to gain it back when they found him and they took him back. But that's also native level fluency all the way into adulthood. So say like me with my Spanish, I'm a B2 speaker. I started learning Spanish about 15 years ago. So my Spanish, like, I mean, yes, it's a part of me, but it can still get rusty. So it takes a while to, like, remember the vocabulary terms, getting the grammar in order and all that stuff. It takes a little bit of time to derust. It does happen in English too, it's just that English is my native language. The process is much faster. But if you slowly develop it over time, then the fluency will take longer to dissipate. And when it dissipates, it's also easier to get back. And the more fluent you are, the more your brain is just like that. How do I not feel bored after all the times repeating the same thing? I'm talking with chat. You kind of just... A lot of the attempts just blur in your mind. So, basically, you're just doing it. So, I did do official voice acting work for a game. It was not a successful game. It had maybe 200 sales max. I did get paid for it. But, how could someone get into voice acting? Well, obviously you need a portfolio. You need a portfolio. The reason why I even got the job was because I had friends who were making a game, and they were like, "Hey, you do voices, right?" I'm like, "Yeah." "Try this for me." And it was like, "Okay." Just recordings like, you know, voices you can do, or impressions, things like that. Like, for me...
Well, you know, I can actually do a pretty good Eggman. And also, I could do a bit of a Vector the Crocodile.
Or
Spyro the Dragon.
Stuff like that, basically. And just, like, do voices that you can do impressions of. Stuff like that. Or Cortex. Which I can't exactly do improv of, but it's like... Hang on.
Before you rises a cathedral of diabolical genius. Scary, but in the wrong hands, this iceberg lair could do much goodness in the world. Of course, only I have the key. Observe. Follow me! I know another way. The check bounced? Are you sure? Well, the past few years have kind of been slow. Wrath of Cortex didn't do as well as we'd hoped, and... Fish?
I found out that I had, this talent when I was 15. I developed my Eggman voice, pretty much just doing the standard Robotnik memes.
Snooping as usual, I see. I'll have to give myself a promotion.
I am 29. I turn 30 next March. Oh yeah, I've done plenty of other speedruns. Sonic Adventure DX, I've done a little bit of Sonic Adventure 2, Sonic Heroes, Spyro Heroes Tale, Halo 2, Rayman 3, Crash Bandicoot 2, let me think here, what else have I done? Freedom Planet. It's just that I'm mostly well known for Crash Twinsanity because once I started coming back to streaming regularly, Twinsanity was the game that I was doing, and I just got really good at it very quickly. And then, of course, with Rico's video on Crash Twinsanity, I got a lot of, maybe popularity is not the right word, but it kind of put my name on the map, basically. Coming Sonic Heroes. 20, you downloaded an emulator. Amazed at how terrible the controls are. Probably the emulator's fault. I've been speedrunning for almost 14 years now. It's just that Crash Twinsanity is what I'm mostly known for. I appreciate it. Rosalina. But yeah, I would say probably like the two things that I do besides speedrunning is voice acting stuff and some singing. You only knew Rico and Joe and you were watching a lot of Joe's runs. Yeah. A lot of Joe's runs are very outdated now. There was a lot of changes and of course the switch over to Xbox. Now we allow emulator. Would like to look into Xbox emulation, but that may not be the avenue that we should be pursuing at the moment. Oh yeah, we allow emulator now. What motivated that change? PCSX2 1.7. PCSX2 1.7 is really accurate, and the biggest argument against allowing emulation, the two biggest arguments, which one was basically eliminated with 1.7, was the potential for constant super slides from lag, and the game not crashing when it's supposed to, which there is a setting that you can change in PCSX2 that basically makes it crash when it's supposed to. So then all other arguments were moot. It was all moot points at that point. And like, we wanted to try to get more people to run the game, and it didn't work. What about the super slides? Those don't happen as often in 1.7 because a lot of the times, instead of making the game lag, the emulator lags. So when the emulator lags, you don't really get super slides very often. That was my biggest concern, was the super slides and giving people on emulator a huge advantage. And then we also did time testing, and it wasn't that big of a change. And since we use Xbox anyways, it's not that big of a deal to allow emulator especially when we allow OPL, and OPL also saves roughly the same amount of time as emulator. So, there was no point in not allowing emulator after that, and it took a while for people to check. OPL is HDD install, yes, we allow that. Have I discovered glitches in Twinsanity? Yes, I have. I was very important in finding fountain skip, and well, I found fountain skip, and I was a very important proponent in finding dimension skip, which is no longer used. We use cursed warp now, but I also found a lot of different route changes. I implemented a lot of things too. The current method for engine skip, at least that I use, was found by me. I did find a lot of things in Crash Twinsanity. Some things that I can't even remember, because I really worked hard on trying to find stuff for Twinsanity. Engine skip was so cool when it was finally figured out. Yeah, I think Sloths was the first person to ever manage it, but the method was so unbelievably difficult that there was no point in going for it ever. It wasn't really until I just decided to mess with it and then found something that could be turned into something viable. Oh, tower. You should give any percent a try. Get that sub 12. Any percent run to the leaderboards? If you're having fun, you should do it. If you think you'll have fun, you should do it. I really want to try to make Xbox emulator allowed, but we also have to make sure specifically that it doesn't have any major advantages over Xbox. But right now, it just seems like it runs like shit, so... But there's some other logistics to it, but it would be nice if people didn't have to buy an Xbox. Because there are places in Latin America where you can't really buy an OG Xbox. It's really hard and it's really expensive. But at the same time, we also have to make sure that at least original hardware is comparable to emulator, or original hardware is better than emulator. With those two things, in mind, basically, as long as it's accurate enough to where it doesn't give any significant advantages, but also like, other stuff, would be great. It would be really great. Just to have people. That's just practice. But also, as a reminder, some things are more difficult on PS2 than they are on Xbox. That's another thing, is that, like, if we could allow emulator, and let's say emulator maybe has a half-second, 2-second advantage over over this. Let's say that, for example. No, my favorite game is Sonic 3D Blast. Twinsanity is currently my favorite speed game, though. Too lazy to monitor, so you're probably gonna stick with PS2? Yep, you're gonna have a bad time. Oh, emulator? You'll be okay. A little harder, but you'll be okay. Like, there's several arguments of, that, like, kind of change that should change the way we look at emulation, and also, like, running off of hard drive and stuff like that. I said this I do not know how many hours I put into Twinsanity. A lot. It's probably not like 1,000, but it might be close. I've actually put in significantly less time than other people have. But the thing about emulators and allowing for HDD installs and soft mods, these consoles are getting old. They're becoming more difficult to obtain in good condition. Their disk drives are failing, their hard drives are failing, all the stuff is starting to fail. They're not robust like a SNES or a NES, where a lot of times it's easy to repair those things, or just find new ones in better condition for decent, well, maybe not for decent prices. You could find PS2s for decent prices, but they're always poor parts or repair. They always have something wrong with them. So, when you think about that, what's it gonna be like in 5-10 years? when probably none of us are speedrunning. We're probably off doing our own things. We have either children, we got work, we're doing whatever. At what point is it smarter to just get the stuff out of the way now than to do it when we can't? The most problematic Xbox component is the clock. 32 and do not intend to have children in 5 to 10 years. Good job, Draco. I play other games casually? Of course I do. I was playing through Mass Effect before I left for Japan. My like 7th playthrough or something of the whole series. Yeah, it's just that, like, when you think about the logistics of it, it is impossible to keep this stuff up. So it makes a lot of sense to try to weigh our options and see, like, okay, how is emulator? How is it doing? How accurate is it? And how can we basically introduce it into the leaderboards? Because the emulators are getting better. This generation of emulation, this console generation, the emulators are not that great, but emulator is an inevitable future, and also soft modded consoles are inevitable too. Because, like, OG Xbox, for example, I mean, once the thing is soft modded, it's usually fine. Hardware replacement devices are also the future, yes. All the stuff, it's the future. We can't just deny it like it's 2014. 2014, like, PS2 was only a decade old. OG Xbox was only like a decade old. Back then, and plus, like, the emulators were crap. The PCs couldn't run them properly. Nowadays, you have stuff where you can run emulators pretty properly. They're fairly accurate. So, of course, it makes sense that putting that into the argument of being flexible with hard drive replacements that aren't OEM. Take it easy. I mean, I'm on an SSD, so like, if we're going to just force OEM, I'm fucked. Okay, so I didn't actually put an SSD into my OG Xbox to get loading time advantages. I actually have a very legitimate reason for it outside of PATA hard drives being like old and stuff. An SSD does not have physical components, and I am a clumsy ass barbarian. So what's gonna happen if I accidentally drop the Xbox? Probably hard drive is gonna shake and rattle and break. But what's an SSD gonna do? It doesn't have shit in there. And I have not shied away from the fact that I have an SSD in my OG Xbox. I've talked about it. Nobody said anything. So it's like, and I don't think it makes that much of a difference anyways. Maybe a difference of like a second or two in any percent, which is nothing. The rest of the Xbox compared to the hard drive? Yeah. But, plus I also wanted to have bigger space so I could have more games. Since I wasn't gonna buy another Xbox for that stuff, I figured there's no point. But I mean, if people have issues with it, then we can just take my runs off the leaderboards. It's fine. And then at that point, I'll wait until emulators allowed before I do anything else. They probably don't allow it. What do you mean? if they wouldn't allow it, then my runs wouldn't be allowed on the leaderboards. I mean, I'm literally on an SSD right now. All of my runs have been on SSD since I started running Twins on Xbox and submitting times. I'm on it right now. I'm playing right now. They would have said something. I have. Oh, you referring to Battle for Bikini Bottom? Well, see, the thing is with that is that that's dumb. It's dumb not allowing SSDs. Because, like I said before, those hard drives are going to die eventually. You got to deal with it. Would you rather, and this is also another big thing, would you rather have an emulator rule the entire speedrunning thing? Would you rather there be a mix between original hardware with some modifications and emulator? I can guarantee you most people would say I'd prefer a mix. Some people would say, just emulator, fuck it. And then there's gonna be purists that say, no emulator, emulator's bad. It's gonna happen whether you like it or not. It would be better to have a mix, and that mix basically be at least legitimate enough to where they can be comparable with each other. That's also true. Now, it would change to some degree because of random reads and writes, but not by much. It wouldn't make a difference unless your hard drive's shit. It wouldn't make enough of a difference, rather. Like, I think with the SSD, I'm actually more so being bottlenecked by the CPU and by the actual, like, way the Xbox is than anything else. A mix is beneficial, yes. I also believe that, like, an Xbox emulator would probably load about as fast as the SSD. Maybe slightly faster, because it's on better hardware. But I don't believe it's actually going to really make as much of a difference as you might think. I would assume that it might load slightly faster, and that's it. And the only thing at that point would be to check out how console resets work and how long they take. I don't know. It's in 16:9 and I'm in a retro tank, so I don't know. I don't know if it's 5:3. It's in widescreen though. But yeah, basically thinking about that stuff. All the stuff is pretty much just looking out into the future of like, well, whether you like it or not, the future is going to happen. Even a reboot? On the soft mod it is. I don't know about, I don't know about default. Stays widescreen for me. Oh, neat. I guess I'm cheating, teehee. Even then, I wouldn't worry about an SSD in this game. If anything, it's probably going to be better for better when we introduce Xbox Emulator. But I mean, it's also like I said, you shouldn't be on a huge disadvantage. No, it shouldn't be a huge disadvantage. It shouldn't. I didn't notice much of a difference when Rico was doing runs, and I didn't notice a difference with Sustain. Maybe over the course of 100%, you would get... Maybe you would get, like... at max, like, 5 seconds. 5 to 10. And I don't even think it'd be 5 to 10, to be honest. Not even the cycles. I haven't noticed anything in the cycles. Like, in some instances, you actually would have a slight advantage to having slower loads, because the cycles load in slower. And it would probably make up for a decent amount of, the time loss caused from not being on an SSD. But, again, like I said, it's probably not anything worth worrying about. We should check it out, for sure. That part I'm actually not opposed to. It should be investigated sooner rather than later. But I don't think it would matter. I don't think it would matter as much as people think. Like with BFBB, I don't even think it would be that big of a change anyways, if they're already allowing load from hard drive. At that point, it's more so just trying to make sure you keep with the original hardware as much as possible, but those hard drives are going to get harder and harder to find as time goes on. Eventually, you won't be able to find OEM. Or you'll have to find, reproductions of it, which are going to cost a lot of money. Exactly. Like, it does make sense that you want to keep the integrity. That is admirable, but it is unfortunately incredibly short-sighted. Because it's better to go with hardware that is going to at least last you longer, or at least more easily replaceable, than stuff that is going to be far harder to get, far more expensive, because it's going to be so niche that they will charge a lot of money. Like, say for instance, the PSTV. The PSTV, which speedrunners started using a couple of years ago for PS1 games to get faster times, because it had the fastest loading times, but it's also awful for input delay. The thing with that is that once the market caught on to the fact that more people were buying it, they raised the prices by like $200. Because the PSTV is a fairly rare product, so the collectors realized, hey, you know, there are these niche people that kind of need this in order to do stuff. They will pay good money for it. So it would be that all over again. I know I'm doing a slippery slope argument. I understand that, but I just see it happening. The speedrunners, speedrunning markets are very easily exploitable. And people who really want to go fast will pay for that advantage. We've always been like that. We have always been like that. My idea is to mitigate it, but of course, the problem is that at what point do you stop? And honestly, I would just say pretty much soft modding and SSD. Anything else, I don't really agree with. I don't agree with using patched ISOs or anything like that. I don't really agree with fixes. But faster loads, I'm always for if it functions the way it's supposed to. And trying to equalize and also create accessibility. Oh yeah, we're definitely gonna need to worry about that. Oh, you bastard! We will need to worry about the Xbox CPUs going bad. But we can maintain them as best we can. Yo, Andy. Thanks for the good luck. I mean, at that point, though, most likely there will be some people that will create... Just like with the Saturn, right? There will be niche people who will create those CPUs, and you would just need to redo the stuff yourself. But at that point, it's like, well, what could you do? They've been doing that for restoration of several older consoles like the Saturn. I mean, eventually the stuff is just going to break. Is that what people are doing now with the N64, recreating the CPU? Probably. I wouldn't be surprised. Just finished learning Hub 1. Nice. The game is fun. It's very fun. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if people are recreating the CPU for the N64. It's like, but yeah. And now the other thing is I don't see a good future for anything past the 360 era. Because, or even in the 360 era, because when you think about it, the PS3 is like awful in terms of just figuring out how to. The PS3 is, isn't it not very understood? I think. I could guess that creating reproductions for that would be a fucking nightmare. 7-year break. Yeah, the game was very different and a lot more difficult. No, I mean like in terms of restoration. I'm talking about like the future of speedrunning and console speedrunning on console. Because if I remember correctly, it has... Oh wait, no, it's the core, it's not the CPU itself, right? But looking at, say, Xbox One and PS4, Xbox Series, PS5, I have no idea how we're going to handle those when it comes time to actually start worrying about them breaking down. It seems more and more games are being ported to PC. This is true. But what about the games that are faster on the consoles? Oh yeah, they're in a very worrying supply shortage. So, fun fact is that I found one that may or may not have been working in Japan for like $30. But I did not want to carry it around with me for several hours, so I didn't buy it. I'm kind of regretting it now. Because if that thing did work, oh, that would have been awesome. Oh shit, that was, It's just, thinking about a lot of those things is just... One of the things on my mind is somebody who at least can affect leaderboards. What do we do? What can we do? Make sure to stay up with the times, because without preparation, things could get bad. And then it would mean that people have to sink a lot more money into their stuff in order to do the hobby, and it just takes away from the fun. It's not 2013 anymore, it's 2024. Almost. Still have to death abuse. I hope so. I'd like to at least be watching. Oh. I'd like to at least be watching, when that happens. See how people deal with it. We'll come back. You just made me lose tons of time, you stupid fucking bot. I don't get how these bots all have email addresses. Because I mostly just require a confirmed email address. I don't want to force people to, like, connect with their phone or something. I wouldn't trust that. Don't think that's fair. Oh, I only lost 14 seconds? Interesting.
Yes, the crystal is mine. Keep back, you weak-minded fool. Divert your gaze or you'll go crystal crazy.
Yeah, the future is likely gonna be 95% emulators. That's... I don't like that. And I would like to see consoles having like a role in speedrunning during that time. It's why it's nice that we have soft modded OG Xbox for Twins and also OPL for PS2. It allows for emulators to ease in, also allows for us to preserve the hardware. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I prefer playing on console. If I could play on console, I would prefer to play on console over using an emulator. But with that being said, that doesn't mean that I think that we shouldn't use emulators. They're there. Some people can't afford capture cards. Capture cards are expensive. Some people can't afford upscalers now. Some people can't. So, accessibility is a huge thing too. And stuff's just accurate enough to be allowed. So why not? As long as it's accurate enough, doesn't provide too much benefit. As long as the console players can stay on console and the emulator people can play on emulator, there's no issues. I don't agree with splitting leaderboards though. I don't agree with that. I don't think that we should split leaderboards between console and emulator. Because at that point, you're kind of like saying, really, dude? You have time gates for emulators. See, that is... somewhat of a good idea. It's a good idea in practice, but I'm not entirely sure I agree with it. But at the same time, I'm not saying that it's a bad idea, because it's not a bad idea. It's actually a pretty good idea when you think about it. Because then anybody who really wants to get into it can just purchase the console. And at that point, you're doing the time sync. Otherwise, you could just compete with people. To a certain point. I at least somewhat agree with it. The nice thing about Twins, at least with right now, is that since we use Xbox, and Xbox loads faster than anything that any PS2 thing can do, including emulator, we don't have to worry about that. Because at the end of the day, in theory, Xbox will trump it. But at the same time, and this is the really nice thing, is that at the very least, and this is something that I'm actually quite happy about, is that for most of the categories, you are not going to get punished enough for it to matter. Like, for all levels, I think the most you're going to lose is 15 or 20 seconds over Xbox on SSD. It's nowhere near as much as you would think in an hour-long category. So, at the very least, if you are good, it doesn't matter what console you're on, or what version you are on, unless your console is really bad, you can still get the record. The same thing with standard hundo. Is it better on PS2? No, it's better on Xbox. Speedrunning this game is better on Xbox. It's slightly easier. Because of certain ledges. And the loads are faster. On PS2, you have to do a lot of pauses and stuff to make stuff load in faster. On Xbox, you don't. Well, on Xbox on disc, yes. For the boat, you do have to pause. But for a lot of times, you usually don't. But on a hard drive, you don't need to do any of that. On hard drive for PS2, you still need to pause. On emulator, you still need to pause. So you don't run into a lot of the issues of, like, needing to worry about, is emulator better? Because Xbox is always better. But then again, as long as it's not any percent or 100% cursed warp, it doesn't save enough time to matter. It's a max of 20 or 30 seconds. And since it's unoptimized, if you're just slightly better, like let's say for example, maybe a year or two down the line, somebody gets as good as me, but plays on PS2, could definitely get the record for all levels. Definitely doesn't need it. You don't need Xbox for all levels. For standard hundo, same. You don't need PS2, or I mean, you don't need Xbox. You could play on PS2. We vastly overestimated the advantages of playing on Xbox. Vastly overestimated the advantages. The only reason why there's such a huge advantage for 100% cursed route is because of the pausing, the boat, and, well, actually, the biggest thing really is the fact that the credits are 30 seconds longer, because on OG Xbox, like right now, I'm not playing on a European version, I'm playing on an American version, but it's playing in 50 Hertz. The American version doesn't have the translated credits, so it takes 30 seconds less than a European version. There's stuff like that. I make the game, the blue and white are really bright. Oh yeah, that is white. I'm not gonna make it full screen though, because you won't be able to see my splits easily, and that's what it is. I apologize about that, but I forgot about the fact that it's white text.
yes, the crystal is mine. Ah! Keep back, you weak-minded fool. Avert your gaze or you'll go crystal crazy.
That looks like crap, but whatever. It's what I can do with the amount of time that I have. I don't... The white shouldn't be... Yes, I know. I can make the split transparent, but it's not gonna look as... It's not gonna be as easy to read. The white, I don't... the blue, I don't know what to tell you. It's not very bright. I think you have... You might have... Your colors might be a little brighter than mine. Blue should be dull. The white I understand. I forgot about that. Usually I make my text honeydew color. I just forgot to do it that time. Really? Really? Honeydew hex code. No, don't remove the text. What was it? F0 FFF0. Crash goes blind for no reason. Well, that's even brighter. First time you're seeing that? Oh yeah, that looks fine. Okay. That's just one of my displays that it looks worse on. My other displays it looks fine. Okay. Good. What's even worse is when that happens consistently. Yes, I would say I do appreciate advice on helping me make my layout better, but at the same time, not a good idea to have your first message be dictating what the how the streamer's setup should be. I do appreciate pointing out the text thing though. Just for future reference. Really, Scythe? You've never seen that? I wonder if it's more common on Xbox than it is on PS2. I know it happens on PS2, but I'm wondering if it's more common. Might be more common. You never know. Fucking doing this. What? How did you move too far away? Need to get rid of some bots in my chat. Forcibly eject. No, I'm just saying. I'm surprised about the blue because the blue is muted. Does anybody else have the issue with the blue? Does the blue hurt other people's eyes too? Might as well just ask and get it out of the way now. I mean, I know the setup is janky, it's just... Well, I didn't dim the whiteout, I changed it to honeydew. Honeydew is always nice. Appreciated. The resolution is odd and I don't really have any proper layout, is why. And just having black space at the bottom is weird. So I just kind of had some blue, I dimmed it. And then just need to fill in the void somehow, basically. I could put the splits over top the gameplay, but like I said, it's difficult to read my splits if the opacity isn't 100%. And since that's kind of my goal, is to also make sure that the splits are legible. It's just that's where it is. That's pretty much the reason. It's not anything else. If the game had a slightly better resolution, I would just make sure there's no blue there. I could do 4x3, but I play better in 16:9. No, actually, for some reason, which this is kind of funny, and probably need to change the color settings on the... I have a 60-inch TV that I use for watching YouTube videos and stuff. And actually, the honeydew looks worse than the white on it. but I checked with my other monitors and it looks fine. Weird. It's also brighter, and I don't have a remote for it. Need to change the colors to make them not so poppy, I guess. But it's a 60-inch, it's more difficult to get to the buttons. It was just a hand-me-down for my parents. They were like, okay, well, we bought a new TV. Okay, cool. So I get a 60-inch TV from 2010. Really nice for watching stuff. Watching anime with it is very nice, especially because since I can actually look away from the screen now, we can just put Discord on one of my monitors and then just have this big ass TV to watch whatever the fuck I want on it. Watching streams is really nice too. Also helps for checking differences in quality, because since I got the 4K and not the RetroTink 4K, not the 5X, I basically have to like check stuff to make sure that everything looks fine and all that other stuff. And the fact that I have a big TV to basically like look at the stuff in a little more detail helps out. Not that I'm actually... I don't have any 4K displays, so... none of it... I don't really get to see the full quality. What the fuck? Something's wrong with the game. Okay, let me see if quitting out and then, like, okay, pay attention to this. Pay attention to this because this is weird. Hold up. Look at this. And also, this is gonna be my last reset of the day. I've been streaming for 6 hours and 15 minutes. But yeah, don't worry, all good. I may not stream this weekend. Saturday and Sunday, because I start school back up on Monday and I want to relax and make sure that I get everything set up for yeah, see? Oh wait, no, I think no, the shake thing is gone. It's like deleted. Watch. See? The screen shake doesn't happen. I've never seen that before. Yeah, I think I'm too tired to... Yeah, I'm too tired to, like... There's no screen shake, it's weird. I want to check Academy of Evil while I'm here. Let's see if I still have the same Damn it. The screen shake is gone. Okay. I have a reason for what I'm doing. The game is not the way it's supposed to be right now. Oops. No, not bus chase. Something different. Frog room skip. I've never had the game be in a buggy state like this, and pay attention to it, so I'm gonna double check to see if I can actually, okay. So there were two instances of skipping the frog room, neither of which have been recorded. One time it happened to me and one time it happened to Sloths, and I don't know if he were on original Xbox or 360 when it happened. But it happened to me once while I was on 360. And I'm not saying that this is actually what causes it to happen, but that's weird. Maybe. Have him fall onto the gem after the room. I don't know. It happens after dying when you're really close. Damn it. Ah, man. That usually fixes it. What? Oh, I see. Okay, well, have my fun. I don't think there's anybody to raid that I would want to raid. Maybe there is. Anybody that followed or subbed or whatever, thank you for following, thank you for subbing, whatever. Yep. There's nobody to that I feel like raiding. So goodbye.